2021 regular planning commission will now come to order. The meeting is live streamed, recorded on YouTube, and we're holding it in person, although there are people who can be watching remotely, including Brad White, who is our vice chair. The planning commission is appointed by and serves as advisors to the city council regarding development of Clemson. We're an independent group and not employees as a city. I just say that because somebody thought I worked for the city. So, all right, I want to announce John Crowley, except I don't see him, and he's our new member.
Yes, he said he would be here.
Okay, all right. Well, he doesn't get a gold star for being late. His first day. All right. So then we have Jackie Myers, Elaine Richardson, and Larry Allen, Curtis Arnold, and I'm Mary Beth Green, and I will lead the meeting. And we have a quorum, and thank you everybody for being here. Members of the administrative staff are from Planning and Codes. We have Art Holbrook and Todd Stedman. We have from the IT department, we have Rick Rowe, and Kelly Winchester is our secretary, and she is also remote. And we have City Attorney Mary McCormick. Is there any other staff that is participating remotely? You got everybody? Okay. All righty. So we're going to start out with a public session. And this is a time where you can speak on items that are not on the published agenda for tonight. You can speak remotely, and also those of you who need to speak from our location here, if you'll come to the podium, there's a place to sign up. And due to the delay that we have, we will not close the public session for callers for a little bit longer. So do we have anybody that wishes to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? Okay. The number to call, I forgot to tell our remote listeners, is 864-653-9886. So, Mr. Rowe, do you have any callers? Okay. All right. The next item for on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes. Do we have any edits? I would like to ask about if we need to put it in the minutes about requests regarding the ECU. Larry had a request for the comp plan, and so did Elaine, and so did I. Do we need that in the minutes, or are we satisfied? Because I don't believe that was in there. Good. I believe Larry was concerned about redundancy. I wanted Chapter 1 introduction to be in it, and you were questioning about, I believe, cross-referencing.
Yes.
So, do we need that in the minutes? Or
We might need that in there.
okay, so then I would ask that we include the request. Larry, would you like the any information about the redundancies? Are you satisfied?
Well, I haven't read the most recent revisions, if there have been one since last one. I'm not aware of it. But I was concerned about the number of standards and strike-throughs that were there with no clarification of where this information actually resided elsewhere in the comp plan.
Cross-referencing.
The cross-referencing.
Okay, and then Elaine was concerned about cross-referencing, and I had a request about Chapter 1 and the Downtown Strategic Master Plan. It was what it was not in there, and the term next committee was in there. And I don't believe I know there was the moratorium started in January, but I don't know about the next committee. Which right, so it was
Started after we submitted our final version.
okay.
cross-referencing because we removed the redundancies. And the cross-references were when the same item appeared in multiple sections. And so when we removed the redundancies, the cross-references would go away because it was no longer necessary to say see housing, objective or strategy number such and such, or land use because they had been removed.
But I think there was a specific request from the planning commission at that time that those cross-reference notations be left in there. Like, I think it's important if we're talking about protecting R12, R20 neighborhoods, and that was in multiple places, and we asked that it be in multiple places, and that it stay there. And if it's only in one place now, it may not seem like it's important in another area of the comp plan.
And of course, right now, we're discussing minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's part of
okay.
that. That's part of that,
Yeah.
putting this in.
So I guess we're requesting those items be added to the minutes. Okay, so is there anything else? Do I hear a motion regarding amended minutes?
Move we approve with the additions that we just described.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Jackie. The motion's been made and seconded. Okay, I'm going to use voice votes because, I'm sorry, I can't do that because Brad is not here. Brad, what do you say? Are you in favor or against?
I'm in favor.
Okay, and the rest of us will do voice votes. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay. The motion to accept the minutes is unanimous. So do we have any callers, Mr. Rowe?
Not at this time.
Okay. Then I'm closing this session, public session. Thank you. Okay. We have a star with us tonight, Mary McCormick, our city attorney. And when we met last month, we were just kind of lacking in a little bit of legal knowledge and otherwise, and so we appreciate your coming. And also, you have presented us with a report. Is that correct? Is this what you'll be?
That's just something that I thought might be helpful to you all because, sometimes when you look at a law that's 4 or 5 pages long, I start to lose interest personally. So I was thinking maybe I could simplify it a little bit for you
Okay, thank you.
all. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. You all may not be aware of this, but this body has more hats in. Before I finish talking, and I want to point out that the city has hearing assistants. I just forget to mention that. Because the different powers that you use are so different. I mean, typically a body will have one power. It'll be advisory. It'll be quasi-judicial. It'll be, even just, something where they look over, maybe check to see that laws are followed, that kind of thing, but without that power. But I looked at your agenda tonight, and it looks almost to me like, which I looked over here, as if you all will be exercising every one of your powers tonight, which is kind of interesting from a nerd standpoint like me. For example, in your, my notes too. Hopefully I didn't leave my mind over there. It looked like to me, 2 of your first things you're going to be looking at, your preliminary plat review and your sketch plan review, those are going to fall under your quasi-judicial powers. And unfortunately, although judicial sounds like you have a lot of power, actually those are your most restricted powers. Because basically what you do is you look at what council has decided are the standards to be applied to those things, and then you have to apply them. It's just like judges. We think of judges as having a lot of power, but really what they do is they take the law that someone else has created and then apply it to situations. So that makes it a little difficult when maybe you all see something that could be better and say, oh man, we can make this better for the city. But when you're wearing your quasi-judicial hat, you have to apply the law as set forth by council. I also saw on your agenda that you have some proposed zoning ordinance amendments, and that opens up your powers a little bit more, because those require or allow you to use your opinion powers, where you can vote yay or nay on things that are proposed, and you can tweak them if you saw a way to make them better and maybe suggest to council that they consider that. And then, of course, it would be up to council whether to accept your recommendations or to accept your tweaks to those. So that's a little bit broader power. And then I saw where you have, I don't know exactly what you all are going to talk about your comprehensive plan, but in drafting the comprehensive plan, although you have specific elements that you have to address when creating that plan, I mean, you basically wear your creative hat there, where you're trying to make whatever comes out as the comprehensive plan the best it can possibly be for the city. So your powers are, I won't say they're wide open, because there are some restrictions, required boxes that you have to check when you create your drafts of the comprehensive plan. But your powers are much broader there. And then there's a final power that you've already exercised tonight, maybe without knowing it, and that's your evidentiary power. As most boards don't have this, like for example the BZA, typically you have one side coming in and arguing one side, and you have another side coming in and arguing, whether it's staff or whomever, arguing the other side. But you have the power to gather evidence that helps you with all of your other powers. And that's what your public session is, or when you hold a public hearing. Basically, you're gathering evidence and opinions from the public, and you're basically an investigatory body there. And that's a very unusual power. A lot of the other bodies, boards and commissions, don't have that power. So, I don't want your job, because I think it's very difficult to wear all those hats and understand all those powers. But I did want to thank you all for the difficult job that you do. I am here tonight, and I certainly feel free to use me as you see fit tonight. I did prepare that sort of step-by-step process for your consideration of subdivision reviews. It's if you look at the ordinance, particularly as you move along, it gets more and more restrictive. And there's one section that tells you exactly what you have to look at in order to conduct your review. And that's in your preliminary plat review. There's an actual, council's put in the ordinance, a specific list of everything that you have to do to get ready to do that. And that's very difficult, and I appreciate the work that y'all do on that. But if you have any questions, let me know. But I just wanted to kind of run that down, because I saw you on your agenda. You had so many things going on tonight. I'll shut up and let you get to work. Yes, ma'am.
So there are two things that the planning commission decides that it ends with us. Is that correct? And one of them is street names, and the other one is approval of a major subdivision. That does not go to council. It stops here. Is that all?
Well, the street name thing, and that's funny that you mentioned that, because most people don't have any idea that is part of your powers. I didn't even mention that. It's such a rare one. And when you're going through your plat reviews, they're supposed to have street names on there, and I think those are up to y'all still at that point. If you were to find a name offensive or something, I'm sure you would say something about that. But as far as I know, those are your judicial powers, and those are the ones that where you're taking the law and you're applying it to whatever situation you're faced with, except for the street name one. I think your opinion powers kind of come into that.
What about the minor subdivisions?
I didn't go through the minor subdivision things, because I think tonight the word major subdivision is a little misleading, because it's only five new lots. So I didn't go through that. I'd be happy to do that at a later date if you all, and I can do the same thing with it and just send that out if you like.
It's
be happy to.
have in our materials to move kind of concise some of what we
Okay.
responsible.
And actually, Elaine, it's major and minor, because minor are less than 4 but involve the creation of a new road. Those are both in the purview of the planning commission. Simple lot subdivisions, which is 4 or less, but not creating a new street, those are done at the staff level unless there's a citizen objection. Could we post it, and then if there's an objection, we bring it to the planning commission to resolve.
Thank you.
Anybody else? What, don't call, yeah.
Trying to make a break for freedom.
I know that. I caught you. I think one of the things that happened last month were we had a variety of variables, and we got concerned in looking at those, just how much wiggle room we had to be able to say anything different, because it appeared that the developer had ticked off all the requirements. So we had issues about safety, we weren't sure, and then we had issues about, fence versus greenery and things like that. But it's my understanding now that once the developer has completed and checked off all the requirements, there's really nothing else for us to do. Is that correct? Our job is to...
Technically, I think that you can ask developers,
Right.
like if you see something, particularly if it would make their development better, you know,
Right.
you can ask developers to do certain things.
Is there a particular name for that? No?
Please?
Oh, yeah, please, yes.
I don't know. Those are more like the kind of things that you would look at.
A recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's
Can we
fair
call
enough.
that okay.
The way that it's set forward in your ordinance is that like if you're starting off, I think that was on your sketch plan.
On your sheet?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
well, on your sketch plan review, it allows you to give some guidance, and certainly you're going to have interaction with your developer to discuss things like that maybe would make the development better. But in terms of passing the development, as long as they haven't violated one of the standards in terms of their sketch plan, then they would move on to the more specific plans. And as you move through the process, you will get to a point where staff is required to give the more specific plans, the master plan and the plats, to the appropriate departments, whether it's stormwater, the engineer. Could come to me if there was something, that was maybe a question. And then all those other eyes are going to be looking at that to make certain that they're complying with the law too, which is hard because, if you look at just the land use regulations, this is a pretty good set of stuff that you all have to be familiar with. But as you move through the process, it gets more and more specific, and more people, staff-wise, even outside of planning and codes, get involved.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Any questions? So far, so good. How long do we have you?
For as long as you need me until I fall asleep, but I will tell you that my bath time is 9:30, so just so you know.
Oh, gosh. I hope I'm okay, thank you so much. No more questions, commissioners? All right. Moving on, the next item is, it's an action item. It is the preliminary plat review. It is postponed from last month, 2021 S15. It is a major subdivision, which is now called Clemson Meadows. It has two new streets, and is staff prepared to present?
Yes, I'm going to present this, and since there have been no changes since the last meeting, that I'm just going to address two issues that the Planning Commission brought up, and to offer the following, that this project, as presented, meets all the required city standards for a major subdivision. And much like the limitations that planning and code staff face when we're approving a conditional use, when the Planning Commission is approving a subdivision, they are quasi-judicial in nature and limited to those items outlined in the code. And while free to ask or suggest or recommend, as Mary said, or discuss, the Commission does not have the authority to require an item or feature that is not specified in the code, or have the authority to deny a project for an issue, item, or feature that is not within your purview. The last last meeting, there was discussion of requiring a sidewalk, fencing, and a vegetated screen along Hunter Avenue. And that regardless of the merit of these requests, none of them are requirements of a subdivision. And will only be installed electively should the developer choose to do so. Staff has been told that the applicant has met with the Department of Transportation on this matter, but is uncertain what their decision is regarding the sidewalk. I think they're here, you can ask them tonight. The developer is considering and has the right to add a fence and plantings, as do any homeowner in R12. But the project should not be denied if this is what they choose to do, or denied if they choose not to do this. The city engineer, there was concern about traffic safety, and that the city engineer did not recommend the need for a traffic study on Hunter Avenue. That there was a traffic study done when the initial phase of Clemson Cottages went in, and initially the study was done when all of this was going to be one development. And there were considerably more houses on Hunter Avenue at the time. And the result of that traffic study, which the Planning Commission requested be done, that the results of it were that there would be no changes required on Pendleton Road to accommodate this development. And so the city engineer's rationale is that given that there are now fewer homes being developed than previously, then if with more homes there was no need to make a change, then there would not be a need to make a change with fewer homes. So for that reason, they're not recommending a traffic study. And that now, when the developer, we will require a DOT encroachment permit, and when they apply for the DOT permit, the DOT may require a traffic study at that time, but that will be between the DOT and the developer. And as a reminder, that approval by the Planning Commission or tonight would be the final approval necessary to allow the developer to proceed with permitting and construction documents. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any commissioners with questions? Blair?
Can you tell me what the city requires in terms of sidewalks? I thought that all new subdivisions require sidewalks.
They do for all new roads that are created, and all properties that front new roads. They are required to put in sidewalks, as this developer has.
But it's not required if they front an existing road?
They're not fronting an existing road. They're not facing those roads. It's only if they were fronting them they would. If you recall that originally they come forward with the plan that they were facing Hunter Avenue, they had a sidewalk, but the DOT was not comfortable with the number of curb cuts, and so they're now done a 180, and they're facing, I don't know what the names of the interior streets are, but you are correct that all new streets must have sidewalks, and if you're building a development facing an existing road, you have to have sidewalks. But this one is not facing an existing
It's just
road.
abutting an existing road.
The properties do abut, correct, but not
That
facing.
doesn't require sidewalks.
Correct, it does not require. Because I think the rationale is that you're creating, that you be working on the backyard, so to speak. And so when development occurs, it's oriented towards a street, and that is what the focus of the land development regulations are. That's what the right-of-way is, and that's where things like street tree plantings and sidewalks are required, and nightlight. And so to require it at the rear of someone's property is, I guess, is not what the council had in mind, or I've never seen it required.
But it is technically a new subdivision, and it.
There's no connection, though. I think is the thing, Elaine, is that if as the ordinance is written, when the person comes out of their home and they begin their movement, whether vehicular or pedestrian, that it is assumed that they will walk along a pathway, and in most cases the home is coming out your front door, your front walk, down your driveway to the street. And at that point, that a sidewalk is required to then eventually feed you into a system of sidewalks. In this case, they're doing that. And so the recommendation or the question you had is that the ordinance is not set up to say that you would do it from the front of your house, but then if you walk through your backyard, that you would then have a sidewalk there as well. The ordinance is filled with the distinction between your front of your property and your rear of your property. It's a difference in the setbacks, it's a difference in the planting requirements, it's a difference in the buffer yard requirements, and in this case, it's a difference in the sidewalk requirements.
Since there's only one ingress egress to that new subdivision, it just makes sense to me that you would have a sidewalk along a major road that sidewalk, that subdivision comes up to. I hate to say fronts because it's maybe not the right terminology, but it abuts, and it's the only existing city street, and it's the only ingress egress to that street. So it makes sense to me you would have a sidewalk along there as well. If our ultimate goal as a city is to have sidewalks everywhere.
Well, and we can have sidewalks there, but to require a property owner to put a sidewalk in when it would not be a benefit to that property is not, I think, in keeping with the intention of the spirit of the ordinance. And the city can do that. Because we have that all over the place where we're trying to connect to different places, but the city would do that installation. Anyway, I'm just telling you what's in the land development regulations, and that's what's required.
It just seems like we should be more flexible.
Well, and that's the kind of thing that if the planning commission felt strongly about it, that you would make a proposal to revise the ordinance to say that any development that occurs in the city that abuts any street, that you have to put in a sidewalk. The other thing was that well, enough said on that. But that's something that we could look at, and I'd be happy to guide you through it if you want to make that proposal.
Okay. Larry, do you have any?
I have
Comments?
two questions, comments. I think from my perspective, the issue was a little bit different of whether we would require a sidewalk or not. I think it was unknown whether DOT would even allow a sidewalk, and I think that was the issue, at least in my mind. The issue was, let's get back to DOT to see if they even allow it, because the citizens had brought it up as they wanted to know if that was a possibility. I think we have a responsibility to look into that for the citizens. So that's the first point with that. And the second point, I remember very clearly, and I may be brain dead, but I thought another issue was the safety getting on the Pendleton Road. I know myself, I've driven that 100 Avenue many times and tried to turn left on Pendleton Road. You got that curve and the hill coming there, and as some of the citizens said last month, nobody goes 35. And the question was, could there be some type of caution light or some warning there to mitigate the possibility of any type of accident? I think that was the second issue that was being raised that we didn't have the answer to. Again, it's being raised by the citizens, and I think we have an obligation to listen to what their concerns are, even though it's technically the ordinance or they meet the zoning standards. These were issues raised that I think we have a responsibility to respond to if we can. So those are my two thoughts on the situation that we had last week regarding
And I think I mean
Clemson cottages.
I agree with Larry that I think all of us have responsibility to one another. Certainly the commission and staff all have responsibilities to our citizens and neighbors. From a procedural standpoint, that when the planning commission is discussing an issue that's outside of your purview, as both of these items are, that a sidewalk that is not a requirement, you're free to discuss it, or a safety issue that lies outside of the parameters of the development. Again, you're free to discuss, suggest, to bring that to the attention of the community of the city. And those concerns were passed on to the city engineer and the police about the request for maybe a mirror or speed bumps or signs of slow down. No doubt that it'd be wonderful to have sidewalks everywhere. It's not, as I mentioned in my comments, about the merit of the ideas as much as it is the procedure, that these are not within your purview to require the sidewalk or to require an additional study that the city engineer said is not necessary, or traffic engineer is not, the traffic study is not necessary. And so it's not that all of these issues aren't of merit and haven't been advanced to the people who can do something about it, which is the city engineer in regard to sidewalks, and the engineer and the police in regard to safety matters. And so they have been advanced to them. And it is, I think, wholly appropriate for the planning commission to bring up such ideas when they come up. I think but just as there's a responsibility to all the citizens, there's a responsibility to the process, and that to postpone a project for something that's outside your purview is not necessarily in the spirit of the process.
May I add?
I'm sorry.
If I'm looking at the Street Finder, SCDOT Street Finder correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like both Pendleton Road and Hunter Avenue are state roads. Is that correct? Okay. There is a point in time that for the development to go forward and to complete the platting process, they have to bring you documentation that they have the SCDOT permits to enter onto their road, certainly on Hunter Avenue, and I think that it's a legitimate thing to ask at that point in time, for the SCDOT engineer who is responsible, rather than the city, for traffic exiting and entering Hunter Avenue from Pendleton Road, because those are state roads. But I just wanted y'all to be, probably knew that, but you, at one point in time, you are tasked with making certain that the developer brings you any DHEC permits, particularly if there's any kind of water involved. And I haven't looked closely enough at the big plat to see if there's water involved, but definitely for DOT in terms of the, I don't know about on the other side, the Old Stone Church Road, is that a city road or a state road?
I think Old Stone is a state also.
State road too, so it's basically surrounded by state roads, and that kind of takes it out of our purview. I can't make decisions, and nobody within the city can make decisions that affect those roads. They have to make those decisions. We can make requests, at the point in time when they're applying for a permit, because I'm presuming, and there may not be a curve from the development onto Hunter Avenue, but they're going to have to make a cut to bring traffic out onto Hunter Avenue, presumably. And at that point in time, that might be something we could ask to make certain that the state considers it, but we can't control that.
Okay. What I was trying to say is that the reason that we postponed was we had questions about when a developer checks off all the items that are required, what else can we do? And so we had no answers. We had safety issues, which are serious, and we weren't real sure what to do about that. So basically, we weren't trying to say no to anything, and we weren't trying to, we always want to say yes to things, because, we believe in businesses providing things that our citizens need. And so, just so everybody understands, it wasn't a negative kind of request. It came from us. Anybody else? Curtis?
No, Mayor Beth, I don't really have anything else. I went back out and looked at the property the other day, just one more time. And I do understand about the safety concerns, and once again, I also understand it belongs to the state. And, I think where we left it last time, we had asked the developer to consider potentially a sidewalk if it allowed an encroachment permit on that. It wasn't a requirement, it was just a request. And and that's where I felt like we left it last time. So we'll see what they have to say.
All right, and we have Mr. Crowley here. Am I saying your name right?
It is. It's
Crowley?
It's Crowley, that's correct. I want to apologize, but I have a second for running late. I got tied up in some baby issues on the way out the door. So I apologize for coming in late and interrupting the meeting.
Thank you. Well, we introduced you.
Well, I appreciate that. I look forward to watching it. But I did go over the staff report and everything that got sent out early. So although I'm sure I'm not up to speed on everything the Planning Commission is doing as of yet, I did get all the materials for tonight and have already gone over those.
This was a most meatiest, I think that's what you call it. This is one of our meatiest meetings.
Yes, I did a brief orientation. He prepared me for that and said that tonight would probably be a fairly long meeting and everything. So I tried to do everything I could to prepare with everything I had ahead of time.
Well, I know you weren't here last time. I don't know if you've had a chance to see one of our 3-hour meetings on YouTube.
I've been to one. It was almost quite as long. I don't know that it was 3 hours. It was I believe it was maybe for one of the other reviews for this actual topic. It was this summer that I was in here for one of those.
Right. Yes.
So
yes,
it's.
I remember. So, with that said, do you have any questions or comments?
I did. I had one, and it was for Mary, I believe. It was just regarding process. If, like I said, I'm new to all this, and I think I've got a grasp on things, but with Todd having said that all the boxes have been checked and everything, with that being in the ordinance as a legal requirement to do, and once that's done, if for some reason we did not move it forward at this point, would that open the city up to legal action?
I would hope not, but, I couldn't predict that based on what the developer is. I mean, basically, the process is that with the coordination of planning and codes and the planning commission, the land use regulations and the standards applicable to major developments are developed and they're set in stone, and then they're published so that someone that wants to do development can look at those standards and say, this is what I need to do.
Okay.
They have a pre-application meeting with staff and do the same thing. So it's kind of like moving the goalposts a little bit if you try to change the standards. And from that perspective, I would think that would be impermissible because these standards are set by council.
That's what I was getting at, is that since the standards are in place, once somebody says, okay, I've done everything you asked, may I move forward now, somebody could make an argument that it's moving the goalpost or something at that point if you decide to start tacking things on.
Of course, I would zealously defend the planning commission.
Well, of course.
But I will say this, as you move forward through the process, it becomes more and more, there's more and more information that any developer has to provide to the council and to the commission. And if you look at that, the steps, the planning commission is involved in every single step. So it becomes more and more difficult to meet the standards until you come out with the final product, which is apparently what council intended for to be applicable to developments. So it's not like if you pass the sketch plan that, all right, they checked all the boxes, they're done. They got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still up. I just didn't know what kind of implications it would be if you got to the point of where, okay, I've done all these steps, and then we kind of just put a roadblock, like where that would leave us if it's like, okay, here's what you need to do, you've done it, and then we say, well, actually, you need to do a little more before you get to the next step, not at the next step.
We're finding out that we're not going to do that.
Oh.
We may make some suggestions. Okay, so I have Brad White, who is remotely participating. Brad, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions.
Alrighty. Okay, next is a public session regarding this issue, and if you wish to call in, the number is 864-653-9886. And so we will go ahead because there's a little bit. Yes, sir. We do? Okay.
Last 4 digits, 0 to 0.
us your name and address. You are 0082? How do we reach them?
They're showing online.
Okay, caller, it's your turn to speak. Okay, we're gonna keep moving. Is there anybody present that wishes to speak at the podium about Clemson Meadows? All right, please.
There's no
You know
sign
what,
up.
I apologize. I haven't let the developer speak yet. Excuse me, I typically try to do that first. I'm sorry. So, would somebody from the company like to?
Yes, I'm Chuck Riker, Riker Consulting in Greenville. Appreciate the opportunity to be here again tonight. Since your last meeting last month, we have been in contact with SCDOT about the sidewalks. We understood that was one of the major concerns. And DOT has sent us some information back. We forwarded that to Art. Basically, they've given us guidelines if they will allow sidewalks to go under right away. And based on the guidelines it gave us, we figured the right of way is sufficient. It'll be a 5-foot sidewalk. They give us offset requirements. Hunter Avenue has a paved gutter down the one side, actually both sides. It stops about 60 feet, 70 feet short of our north property line, but the rest of it all has a paved gutter. If you have a paved gutter, that means there's like a 6-foot extra apron on the side of the pavement that carries the water, it doesn't allow it to leave the pavement. And if you have a paved gutter, the sidewalk can be 3 feet offset from that gutter. If you don't have a paved gutter, if you just have, it just drops off off the edge of pavement, the sidewalk has to be 8 feet away. So if you have an 8-foot separation and a 5-foot sidewalk, that starts to put your sidewalk almost off the property. Because we run out of room, we've got a 50-foot right over there, 25 feet both sides. But with a paved gutter, we're able to put the sidewalk 3 feet off. And then what we're going to apply to DOT, and again, they said, we have to submit to them, just like she said, to get an encroachment permit, okay? So we will submit to them to show them a sidewalk 3 foot off. We're going to show like the 60 feet that we are short of the paved gutter at the north end of adding 3 more feet of pavement to Hunter Avenue. So we've got a paved gutter of total length of our property, and then we'll put the sidewalk the total length of our property 3 foot off. The DOT, they will then review it if they're going to approve it or not. But they gave us sort of the guidelines. Another item they said was they will not maintain that sidewalk. They want a letter from the city of Clemson stating that the city will own and maintain that sidewalk. So that's an issue that the city has to address. We can't do that. So we need a letter from the city that we can give the DOT saying that the city will own and maintain that sidewalk within the DOT right away.
Okay. Anybody have some comments or questions? Brad? I just want to say,
No, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
okay, thank you. We are not requiring it, we're just making a suggestion. Yeah.
I understand.
A what, a request?
Request.
You're making
Yes,
a request.
a neighborly request.
I understand. We talked to the developer. I'm not the developer, but talked to the developer. He's willing to put the sidewalk in.
Oh, how wonderful.
Okay, so if DOT will approve it, and we get the letter from the city saying they will own and maintain that sidewalk, we can get the approval from DOT. Again, we gotta go through the permit process and have them approve it. If we get approval from DOT, we will put the sidewalk in.
And the city engineer has indicated he would supply a letter to say we would take over maintenance if they get the approval to go ahead with it.
I would just like to say thank you very much for doing that. I've just made a note here that the Hunter Avenue neighborhood is a well-established older neighborhood, and I think to put this new subdivision kind of links back to that subdivision, to the Hunter Avenue group, adding a sidewalk will make it feel more cohesive.
Yeah,
to it.
I mean, it's
So-
just gonna be on our property, it's still
I
gonna
get,
be
yeah,
a
I
gap
get that.
up to.
Yeah, I get it.
Sure.
you know,
But it's a
where-
start.
It's a start, right, where if that property ever developed, they could put a sidewalk in and tie it in. And also, you know, after the last meeting, there was concerns, you know, site distance and stuff, so I went out and looked at it again. And, you know, there was a comment made about a retaining wall there. I looked, I don't see a retaining wall blocking anything. Site distance is more impacted up there by the big magnolia tree that sits there on the left-hand side. You know, if that was trimmed back, I think the site distance would improve drastically, but that tree is on private property, it's not on DOT's property, you know, so if the homeowners in the neighborhood get with that property owner and ask them to do some trimming of the tree, I think the site distance would increase drastically at that intersection.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other
Any other
questions?
questions?
I'd just like to say thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it.
All right, we appreciate it, thank you so much.
All right, and then now we'll hear from the public, and I apologize, I believe Ms. Whitwell was first to come up.
You don't have a thing to sign, but I looked at, oh, you do.
You can take your mask off so we can
Thank you.
understand you.
But I am Kathy Whitwell, and I live at 212 Hunter Avenue. Our property will be facing the back of the new neighborhood. So, and Chuck, I do thank you for being willing to do the sidewalk, because safety has been our main issue the whole time. We're not opposed to having homes across the street, but the safety has been the main issue all along. So, I had wanted to, I'm going to give you, I hate speaking in public. I detest it. And if this were not such an important issue, I would never have come up any of the times that I have. But I just believe that safety is so important, and I still think we do need something down on Hunter, getting off of Hunter onto Pendleton Road. I think something really needs to be done. There is a slight curve and there's a slight hill. There is a 35-mile speed limit, but nobody goes by it. So there needs to be something that will help people to think before they keep coming down that road. So I was going to give you all a copy of what we sent to a copy of the email that we sent to Todd after our last meeting of our safety concerns, because one of our neighbors did call South Carolina DOT, and she talked with Amy, who is the sidewalk person that you talk to about sidewalks. So I know you responded back. So our email is at the bottom of the page, and at the top of the page is where Todd responded quickly back to us, and we appreciate that. But if you have not spoken to an Amy, you've not spoken to anybody about the sidewalk. And they made that very, very clear to us. They also said that we as citizens could not be the ones that you have to go through the channels, which they said the city, and that was why we sent an email to you and to Andy on that. And I just believe the DOT needs to come out there and really take a better look at the situation in order to keep it. For our residential area is having approximately about 40 cars coming out straight on into our residential area. We see it's 20 homes. Most people have 2 cars. So you've got approximately 40 extra people coming out into our residential area. And so I'm thankful that the sidewalks will help with that. But I'm just still concerned about Hunter Avenue onto Pendleton Road. And I just wish that there was some way that you didn't even have to come on to Hunter Avenue. That I think that but I have been told that there's not any other way now. That's the only way that they can do it. So,
Thank you for this letter.
and then I had this, and you can read this and keep it in.
Okay.
As well.
Do you have a copy of the first thing she put in there?
They're right here.
Oh, okay, so Art needs a copy. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry. All right.
I think you can read it. I didn't read it, and I may have forgotten some things. But I just really feel like that we do need to address the getting on to Pendleton Road from Hunter Avenue.
All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Oh, I was going to address something when, it was something when Todd was speaking about, I just don't understand when there is more of a safety issue, just because you do dot all the I's and dot all and cross all the T's, that there has to be something that can be done.
I agree, and I appreciate everybody bringing up these concerns. This is what makes a healthy community, is when people are willing to bring attention to an issue that they think needs to be addressed, whether it's the commission or a citizen, and that without a doubt that there's a sincere concern, it sounds like legitimate issues, and that these have been brought to the attention of the city engineer and the police department and DOT, and they are the ones that are best equipped to address them. And, beyond that, it's not this body or this staff, it's not within our purview or our qualifications or capabilities to take those actions. What we can do is, on behalf of our own, of the Planning Commission and our citizens, make sure that the people who do have that expertise and authority are made aware of our concerns. And that has occurred, and I think is, things move a little bit slow. We don't even have a plan approved yet. And so it's usually after a plan gets approved, because there's an awful lot of projects get talked about, but until they actually start to take shape and it's clear they're going to happen, that's when a greater investment in time occurs from people like the DOT and the city engineer when it comes to safety and things like that. So I anticipate that as, assuming this project is advanced, that in conjunction with them beginning to develop their presentation or their construction documents and the permitting required to actually start doing something on that property, that these issues will be discussed with greater interest and sincerity, because now it's a real project. It's not an idea. And usually that's when we start seeing things start taking action. So I don't give up hope. I think that your voice has been heard, and the voice that the commission has shared has been heard, and I think shared by many, and I anticipate that you'll see something done. I don't know what that might be, or at least I don't think anybody's turning their back on it.
I would like to hope not.
I do too.
Because I would hate to see someone lose their life or be so injured because we failed to act on this.
I agree.
I appreciate your safety concerns as well, Kathy. I would point out, and Brad, you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but I think Brad told us that a regular residential neighborhood where you've got a mix of families and children and all of that kind of stuff, that the average number of trips per day per household is 8. So if you're talking about 20 houses, we're talking 150 trips a day in and out of that
Right.
only access. So
Right.
yes, it's a safety concern.
Right. And we already have probably 75 in that whole neighborhood, but on the other end, I know there is a different, weighting. But at least half of those are going out, and I know my daughter-in-law takes her daughter to school, comes back, brings her to our house for us to take care of, leaves, goes back to work, so she makes probably that many trips a day. You're right.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else that needs to speak to the Clemson Meadows project? Okay, and did we ever get the 08? It dropped off, okay, so, all right. So commissioners, are you prepared to make a motion? Is everybody Jackie, you're satisfied with all your questions being answered? Okay. All right, this is an action item. We've got so many papers up here. Oh, John, does John have a question?
No.
Okay, it's hard to read his face.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I was just trying to figure out when you asked for motion, if you were looking this way, if you were looking for me to say something or not.
Okay. I don't control anyone. Okay. I try not to. So, does anybody have a motion for preliminary plat review 2021 S15 major subdivision, Clemson Meadows? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with approving the preliminary plat review as provided.
Okay, need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Larry has seconded. All right, further discussion. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. Okay, it's unanimous here. Brad?
Yes.
Okay, Brad is yes, so it is, the motion carries unanimously. All right. The next item for review is the sketch plan review for 2021 S31 major subdivision. We call it Longleaf Vickery. And is Mr. Wall here to speak? And
Just
you-
like the
I'm so sorry, I forgot to do
That's
this.
okay. Doug, if you just let me real quick go through my notes that, as with the other subdivision, there have been no changes to the plan since originally submitted. As presented, the project meets all the required city standards for a major subdivision. And as with the last plan, that much like the limitations we face when approving a conditional use, that when the planning commission is approving the subdivision, you're limited to those items outlined in code, and you're free to ask and to just discuss issues outside of that. But the commission has not been granted authority to require an item or feature that is not specified in the code, nor do they have the authority to deny a project for an issue, item, or feature that's not within their purview. At the September 13th meeting, the commission heard concerns from an adjacent property owner regarding runoff onto their property. The city stormwater manager had already confirmed to the commission through the planning and code staff, as Mary has mentioned, that actually it's very early in the process. We began to share these plans with the police, engineering, stormwater, public works, utilities. We want to find out if there's a problem sooner rather than later for everybody's benefit. And so this had all been brought to the stormwater manager prior to the last meeting. And without having the ability to say what diameter pipe and the total square footage of the detention pond, through their experience and expertise, could review the plan and say there are no issues here, that we know we can make this work. But after the comments at the last meeting, the stormwater manager revisited the plan and discovered that the runoff that the neighbor was concerned about was not coming from the subject property, from the Longleaf property. It was coming from a separate property altogether. And the stormwater manager assured that that the work done to mitigate runoff from Longleaf was likely could not legally be any higher velocity or volume that's there. And typically, in a case like this, it results in superior management of runoff because it's actually managed. Right now, it's just following the natural flow of things. So the stormwater concern that was brought up last time, I'm not saying it doesn't matter to that property owner, but it's not related to this project. The second issue that was brought up was that there was a resident of Pickens County who expressed concern about traffic on Linwood Drive, which is a county road, should this project be built. And that section 1530.6 of the land development regulations require connectivity whenever possible. And I cite the ordinance below. This project was designed in an effort to meet that standard. And in addition, the city fire marshal had requested that secondary connection from a fire safety standpoint. The fire code requires to have that connection if you have more than 100 homes. There are 95 homes here, and that it's poor planning and it's unsafe to have 95 homes serviced by one way in and one way out. And that's why the ordinance reads like it does, to encourage the connectivity, and that's why this plan was honoring the land development regulations, which council has adopted as our standards. And that while the staff and the planning commission can empathize with our neighbors, the eventual connection to Linwood is not a matter for the planning commission of either the city of Clemson or for Pickens County to resolve. That matter is determined solely by the Pickens County engineer, who will deliberate on that when he receives an encroachment permit, much like what we refer to with Clemson Meadows when they go to DOT to get an encroachment permit from the state road for Hunter Avenue. They will address matters of traffic and safety as well as any suggestions we may have. Likewise, with Longleaf, that's a county road. They have the authority. When they apply for an encroachment permit, they will then weigh in and determine whether or not that's a connection they want to allow or not. If they don't allow it, that what we would request, and I've never heard of it being denied because there's no rational reason to deny an emergency access, to where the plan looks exactly as presented. It's just that there would be a gate there, and it would only be used for emergency access. So the safety component would be satisfied. The connectivity component, which is instrumental to reducing traffic congestion and increasing, just making mobility more smoothly. That, which was the motivation to include it in our land development regulations, one of the prime motivations, that would be temporarily thwarted should the Pickens County engineer choose not to make a connection. And so, in the event that it's denied, then we would simply say, well, we would like to have a emergency gate there so we can protect our neighbors. And I cannot fathom a circumstance where a sister or neighbor jurisdiction would deny something that is a life safety related issue. And so the plan, as would happen, the plan was, if it was approved as presented, it provides for the eventuality of that connection. And certainly provides for the safety requirements that would be appropriate for 95 more families living there. So the next step, depending on whatever action you take tonight, but assuming you approved it, then the next step would be for them to come back with a more detailed master plan review, which would take some of the ideas that we talked about and refine them. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So could you tell me what this means in this section about streets when it says without requiring the use of arterial streets? It's A1, all proposed development shall, to the degree possible, provide multiple direct connections to its local street system to and between local destinations such as parks, schools, shopping, without requiring the use of arterial streets.
Yeah, that arterial are like Highway 93 or Berkeley. They're heavier traffic roads, and the idea is to try to connect through. I know you don't like it because you experience it just like I do. Probably, I was thinking about it the other day. We might have to be on some of the busiest cut-through streets in the city, but what some people view as the nuisance of cut-through traffic, it also is one of the primary means by which you alleviate congestion, because alternatively, if you force everybody onto arterial roads, you're feeding the congestion. If you give them a broader skein of network of roadways in which a person can get from A to B, you just mathematically have fewer people on any one road, and you have more people spread across different roads. And that's what that language is that if you can avoid dumping everybody onto arterial road, then that's superior.
And what defines emergency?
Emergency?
Here. You said it would be
fire,
a
life-threatening. Yeah, basically, it'd be anything you call 911 for. Police, a criminal act in progress, a medical issue, or a physical threat such as a fire or hurricane or winds or power lines down, or any life-threatening or property-threatening situation.
And then I want to go back to one thing I think I understood you to say that if you had more than 100 homes, you had to have more than one ingress egress.
Yeah, the International Fire Code, that their cutoff, which I think is extraordinarily high, we were sort of stunned to find that if you had more than 95 homes, we could not approve this without a secondary entrance. But we've been very fortunate in the development over the last years to where any project has come forward, we have found a way, whether it's 50 or 150, to make sure there's a secondary entrance.
So does Country Walk have 2 exits?
No,
Okay, and how many homes are there?
I don't know, but there's a lot.
And how about Camelot?
Campbell 1,
Camelot?
and Downs 1. I mean, these are examples of exactly what you don't want to have happen. They are a disaster waiting to happen. You get a tree falling across the front of Downs, a bad storm, and then something happens inside there, they're out of luck. There's no way to get to them, short of a 4-wheel drive or something like that. The same with Country Walk and Camelot. It's poor planning, and it's not recommended, and that's why our ordinance no longer allows that. Or it says wherever possible that we avoid
So
that.
it does still allow it.
Well, it says that the language is we encourage or we require it wherever possible. So that's pretty close to allowing it.
We do have other neighborhoods in the town that are single entrance that do have an emergency entrance. It's just they're located in places that the fire department might be familiar with and the police, but the average person wouldn't see because they may require crossing over some private land. But we do have emergency entrances in some of our single ingress-egress neighborhoods in town because it is important.
And this ordinance does say that all streets shall be, that's not up for debate, shall be means you must do it, designed and constructed to meet the rules of connectivity established in this section. This is saying that if it is possible, you shall do it. And so the possible, the circumstance where we had is where there wasn't a connection, where short of eminent domain, where they didn't, in this case, you've got Linwood just happens to stub up against the property. If it didn't, Elaine, this is a case where they might not have a choice, we may not be able to do it.
Have you looked at that? When I look at the tax map, there's a little key-shaped piece of property right at the end of the last two homes on Linwood. Is that part of right-of-way property, or do you know what I'm talking about with that?
I don't. I think I know what you're talking about, but again, those are outside the city limits. They're outside the purview of this property, and maybe Mr. Wall can speak to that. But more importantly, since he had a roadway that connected, it was the logical thing to continue the line that he designed their development to dovetail into the existing roadway, which is what is encouraged when we have that opportunity. And the reason we put it in there where it must be is because Clemson is an older city, town, and we don't have a lot of large parcels left. You know, we don't have the luxury of planning from scratch. And so a lot of the development we're experiencing is fitting it into pockets that exist. And because of that, we intentionally knew that there are going to be circumstances where it's not possible. But we wanted to say, if it's possible, you've got to do it. And that...
So do you not take into consideration the size and condition of the road you're wanting to connect with? Would it be different if Linwood was in the city limits? Would it be any different?
No.
That's what I would call a substandard road.
And Pickens County may feel the same way when the time comes for them to evaluate that connection, and they may say for that reason that they want to wait until such time as they can bring Linwood up to a standard to make the full-time connection, give us the emergency short-term, and then as their county road maintenance funds cycle around and Linwood gets its turn, then they can say, now we can take away the gate and make that connection. Those are determinations for the Pickens County engineer to make.
Okay, so
Should
Robert's
that-
rules tells me that I need to go to another person and circle
That's
back.
okay. That's okay.
So Jackie, do you have some questions or comments?
That's fine.
Brad? I always look up.
Yes, have we heard from the county or county planning commission about the timeline to bring that road up to standard?
We heard from the county planner, and he said that this would not be a matter for their planning commission, just like as I mentioned, it's kind of outside the purview of our planning commission. That the decision as to the connection would be in the hands and solely in the hands of the city engineer after reviewing the plan and actually receiving an encroachment permit application. So Brad, that's what they said. They didn't really tip their hand one way or the other if they were going to accept or deny it. They just said, submit a permit and we'll take a look at it. In my conversation with the county planner, I said, well, I certainly would hope that in the event that it gets denied for a full vehicular connection, that you would at least be able to provide us a emergency safety access, and he concurred that that's almost a given as a courtesy between communities that you would allow something like that. But again, it's not in the planning commission's hands, it's in the county engineer's hands. Is that correct, Art? And that sort of...
Okay, Curtis, do you have some questions or comments? Okay, Larry?
Well, Doug, you may answer this, but if they don't allow the Longwood to be extended there, but they do allow the emergency Pickens County, who's responsible? I mean, right now there's no road there, unless Doug, you're going to go right up to the edge of where Longwood Road is, or
Linwood Road is right now. But if you aren't, who's responsible for building even the emergency access road? Is that the county? Is it developer? Or?
No, that would be worked out between the developer and the county. And that for us to, and most developers are keenly interested in providing safety for their residents and protecting their investment. And so if there's a gap of 20 feet, there's a lot of ways to handle it. If it's just emergency access, there are a lot of products that are, the cost-benefit ratio is tremendously in favor of a developer choosing to help make that connection. But again, I don't want to put words into Doug's mouth. He can speak to that more directly.
Okay, so Mr. Ford.
Not this time.
No. I guess where this started for me was just that we've got this nice neighborhood with our 12 homes, and there's 95 in there, and they're being put out onto a substandard road. So that was one of the reasons that I needed Mary here, just to understand what our obligation was, and because I've never had I've never 10 years and never don't remember a situation like this, and it just didn't feel right to until we understood where the boundaries were, who's in charge of what. I know that Planning Commission is not in charge of that of the substandard road, but it just seemed awkward for us as a body to approve something that would go onto a road that is narrow and substandard. And that was our concern. That's why we postponed. So if there's anything you have to say or add to what you've already said.
You know, it's one of those weird things in our system is that we can't cross the boundary of our city limits to control what standards are applied to roads that are out in the county, any more than the county, unless it's a county road inside the city, can come into the city and tell us what to do on a city road. If, let's say it doesn't work out and they won't grant the emergency access, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I'm sure the developer will be willing to do that, go back to the drawing board and try to find another solution. But we'll have to wait and see what the county says. And that's part of the process is, again, they have to bring you the permits that they receive to show that they are in compliance with our standards. And that's the most important thing for y'all.
Okay. Anyone else? I guess can we let Mr. Wall?
I've got one quick question, I guess. Maybe Doug addressed this when he's through his presentation. Have you looked at any other alternatives for an outlet other than Linwood?
No, there's really not. I mean, there's already a structure in place.
Right.
There has been access to Linwood historically. Our engineers looked at it, and we're doing a little more deep dive on it. But there's a structure in place that crosses that creek, existing.
To go across the gully there?
Yeah.
There's a bridge?
There's a structure there, so it's been a way to cross that at some point in the past. I haven't seen it personally. That's what my engineer says.
Okay. Anything else? All right, then we'll let you have the floor. Mr. Wall, you have the floor.
Well, I think Todd covered everything. We covered the two issues about the drainage and the crossing, but this is a great project for the city, and we hope you see your way forward to approve us and let us go on to the next step.
All righty. If you're done, then we're going to allow the citizens to speak. Do we have any phone calls? All right. Then if you would come forward, I believe, are you in the back in the pink? I'm sorry, Donor. And are you willing to come? Are you trying to come forward? Okay, sorry. Okay. Anybody? All right. If we can get it to 3 minutes, it would be delightful. And if you spoke last time, let's see. Yes, you did, I think.
I
so
did, yeah.
if you have something you can add to last time?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
Sorry, my name is really, really long. My name is Margaret Shaughnessy. I live at 115 Linwood Court. I'm here with a number of my neighbors from the Linwood community. With everything being said, I think the biggest development in our resistance to this road is a ruling from 1984, actually, between the residents and owners of the Linwood subdivision versus Jack Dunn and Wilma Dunn. I have a copy of it. One of my neighbors presented this to us, but in here, I'm just going to read part of the summary.
May
It says,
we have a copy of that?
I do. You can have my copy after I'm done, and I'm sure we can make others.
Sure, we got that.
It says, there lies between defendant and presently publicly paved and improved portion of the road a strip of up to 40 feet in width. In the absence of evidence of a deed of roads to it or a resolution of acceptance by it or something of that nature, a governmental entity only accepts as a public way that portion of a road actually improved by it and thus tactfully added to it, to its road system. So, and then it references where it's getting that from. Consequently, consequently, to come into the roadway, defendants would have to trespass across the 40-foot strip, an area not yet formally accepted as a public roadway. These defendants have no lawful authority to do so. And then further down it says, purchasers of the lots within the subdivision, each of whom has a right to insist that the road be kept open as platted, or the concomitant right to agree upon variation. So with our understanding, there is a legal precedent for us not to have this developed. And I'm happy to share this with you. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
more
you.
than that.
That does sound like.
So was that a court ruling? That was a court ruling?
It was a court ruling, yes. Where do you want me to put this?
Is it, that's not your only copy, is it?
This is, I don't know if you have another copy.
Okay, good. I didn't want to take your only copy.
Okay, no, she has the
So
original.
that'd be great, and I'll get a copy too.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll want to see it at some point. But of course, we're not lawyers, I don't think. No, we lost Nathan, so we're not lawyers, so. We feel it, right?
No, not a lawyer.
Okay. All right.
And then I think all of our other points have been addressed, or we have stated previously. We have concerns about widening the street, but it seems like this is not something that is appropriate to present here. It's more for the engineer to decide, which I'm sure he or she will see our concerns at that point. I do have a question, and it is, do the citizens who live in that community have any way to talk to this engineer, or is our influence, does it stop here?
Talk to
I
whom?
think your influence is greater outside of here, to be honest, because you're in the county. And that reaching out to the county engineer or the county planner would be my recommendation, because they're they represent y'all the way we represent the residents of Clemson. I mean, we're neighbors and we care about you too, but they have the authority over your land in a way that we don't.
So I have actually spoken with the people at the Pickens County. The Roads and Bridges Department has not heard of this development at all, and nor has anyone I have spoken to within the Planning Commission. So,
I don't know about the Planning Commission, but the county planner, Chris Brink, and I have spoken on multiple occasions on this as recently as Friday. And that he has spoken to their city attorney and to their city engineer about this. So they are fully apprised of the situation.
Okay. So you're saying talking to the engineer is probably the best?
That or the city or the county planner would be the two. I reached out to the planner first, in part because I knew him, and that like a lot of planning issues, it touches a lot of other departments, and I figured he would be able to guide me as to how it was handled for Pickens County, and he did. So he would be a good person to reach out to. I never spoke directly with the county engineer, and I don't know if Art did. And so I think either one of those would be a good place to pick up the trail to make sure that your concerns have been expressed.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate the information.
So does the county,
I have one more question before
Okay,
she sits down. Who owns that 40-foot strip
What is the name of the property?
that you mentioned would be
Do you want to
trespassing
just
if you
come up
crossed
and
it?
answer these questions because I'm not going to have the answers to them? Oh, I'm sorry.
I see it, that's what I was talking about, looked like a key, the shape of a key, Todd, is that little strip between those two. It doesn't show up as having an owner if you're looking at the tax map.
Then usually that means it's the county owns it, usually it's part of the right of way.
is it Margaret?
It's
Did
typically
you
the way
hear
it
the name
works.
of the planner that he mentioned?
Did I hear the name?
Did you hear who he said? So if she were to talk to the planner, Todd, what's his name again?
Chris Brink.
Chris Brink.
Brink. Okay.
Yeah, there is a diagram on the end of this, but that seems like a side to call. Thank you so much.
Not cute. See it here? That would it be that little piece right there? It's this, right? This.
This is the end of
Limit. Oh,
Monday, and then these are residents. Are you 225?
no. It's 115.
But that's the piece I was asking Todd about earlier too. Okay.
I guess my only other comment is those houses are so near Clemson and they seem to be affordable. And we're always looking for affordable housing. Anyway, just
I get that it's not our purview, but the safety issue of that neighborhood with that road and that kind of traffic through it, if you use that same number that I mentioned earlier from Brad, with 94 houses and 8 trips a day, we're talking over 750 trips a day that potentially, not all of them are going to come that way because there's another exit, but you could potentially, if half of them did, that would still be 400 trips on that little tiny road through that little tiny neighborhood. It's just
From
a
an
real safety
affordability
concern.
standpoint, we're also a little bit concerned about the addition of 90 plus $400,000 homes going in at the end of our neighborhood.
okay. Anybody have any other questions? Okay.
My name is Loretta.
Okay, wait, will you sign in for us?
I sure will.
Thank you, and also we'll need your name and address.
My address,
Yes, ma'am. Do you mind?
211 Linwood Drive.
Oh, okay. And
I lived at Linwood for 35 years. My baby girl was 4 months old when we moved there, and we're the second oldest family that has lived in that subdivision. Now, from the main road, which is Old Shirley Road, and you're turning left into Linwood subdivision, we have about 12 homes. The first 5 homes are spaced apart pretty good. We all have 8 acres of land. But once you get to that 5th house, there are 2 deep ravines on both sides that sits on my side of the property and the neighbors. We only have access for 1 vehicle to get down that street. I don't see 90-something homes being built at the top of that hill, making
traveling on our street, not our, on the street, convenient. We've had kids that have grown up there from playing hide and seek until 11 o'clock at night and staying up under the street lights. And all of that's going to be taken away. And it may not mean too much to people who can afford a $400,000 home. But for our little community, it's like you're taking away our home and our livelihood. And money shouldn't mean everything. You're talking about our future. And to me, a price like that should mean something to somebody other than myself. And I'm all for progress of Clemson. But I have noticed in the 40-something years that I've been here, there's so much change within our community of Clemson. And a small portion of land is no longer available anymore. And at the top of that hill, which connects into Victory Drive, we've seen the deers and the turkeys and the groundhogs and the beautiful baby deers and does and so forth in our yard, and that means something to us. That community is going to be lost forever, and all the other communities within Clemson. And you don't have anything left. There's only a small portion I can see traveling around the community. Does that not mean something to anyone other than myself? Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Brad?
No questions.
We so appreciate everybody that comes in and talks to us. We are your neighbors. Yes, sir. Help us out with 3 minutes if it's possible.
Hello, my name is Frank Hubert Bazile. I live at 107 Linwood Court. I've been here 2.5 years, moved down to get a piece of nature. And I picked my neighborhood because it was quiet and rural. And one of the things that's the hardest thing to navigate in my neighborhood is the curve where Linwood hits. We're in the middle of 3 90-degree turns. We're at the top. I almost get hit every day trying to leave my neighborhood, and we only have 12 homes. Regardless if you put a double-lane highway on Linwood Drive, you are going to have that problem of sight, visibility, hidden driveways. And again, all for housing, affordable housing. Where is sustainable housing? And where is love of the community? I gave up my whole life to come here and be part of this community because of its beauty. I did not come to have a development made in a property where I have a creek in the back of my yard. Please think this over, and if you don't know where this street is, right by Ingles, take a ride, try to turn into my neighborhood, and give yourself a little cross and hope that it goes well. Thanks for letting me talk.
Sir.
Any questions?
Any questions, Brad?
No.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Morrison. I live at 217 Linwood Drive. And my wife and I have lived there for 30 years now, just this past May. And we chose Linwood Drive because it was a dead-end street. nice, quiet little neighborhood. And we hope to raise a family there. Now, that didn't work out for us, but we have nieces and nephews that we have pretty much raised. We still watch 3 kids Mondays and Fridays, and it's nothing for us to get on our little bikes, go up and down the street, over and over and over. We walk, we go down the middle. We have not met a car very often. And we just like to keep a little piece of a nice, quiet neighborhood. That's all. Since we've been there, we've had Chimney Ridge come in. We've had 2 sorority, I don't know what kind of houses they are, behind us, where they party every Thursday night, and we can hear their music. We're losing our nice, quiet little neighborhood. We just like to keep it. That's all. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I have 3 questions.
I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
I have 3 questions after this gentleman.
Okay. If you'll sign in and let us know your name and address.
My name is Ronnie Hill, and I live on 330 Victory Drive. And I was concerned about the same thing these people are at the Linwood Drive on the other end. My family lived there for the last 40, 50 years. I remember Jack Dunn when he lived at the property that Mr. Wall bought. And I remember the problem they had before trying to get a road run through there. He adamantly refused to get a road run through there. And that was where he was brought to court about it. And he was such a man, the old railroad man, old redneck man, he didn't like it one little bit. So he fought and fought and fought and finally got it stopped. And he never did put a road through there. Now on my end of it, the road's the same way. It's not quite wide enough for 2 cars to get through. It's not lined. It goes down to a dead end. No marked road, no lines, anything. The speed limit's supposed to be 35. They never do it. The city of Central has a place down there below me, and the town trucks that run up down the road, they used to fly in too. I've done that, call cops on them many times. Now I'm in the county, but I'm surrounded by Clemson City on one side, Central City on the other side. But right now I'm still kind of grandfathered in the county right there. But if there's any way that we could get any kind of other way to get in there, if I had to sell the property between my property and Heatherwood, run along the edge of the property to go down there to get to it, I'd be willing to take that into consideration. But that little bitty road runs in front of my house. It's well traveled as it is, much less with 100 families going in and out 4 or 5 times a day. And not only that, on up Victory Drive next to 93, you got the reserve. You got a busload of people comes out there in and out, students mostly. Most of the people live on Victory Drive on down. They're older folks like me. Lex Burton being one of them. And I'm sure y'all probably know Mr. Lex. He own get a bit of property in Clemson too. But he feels the same way that I do about it. It's disrupting our quiet little neighborhood down there. I mean, I'm all for, improvement of properties and affordable housing and all like that, but there should have been more consideration done on how to get to it and how to get out of it, rather than just buying it and go in and decide to do all this. I mean, I don't have a personal vendetta against Mr. Wall or anything like that, but I believe it should have been thought out a little further before he, pull the plug on it and build on it. Basically, that's all I got. If there's any questions.
Anybody have questions?
So your bottom line objection to this subdivision is lack of appropriate roads going in and out of the subdivision on both ends. Right. Is that everybody's concern?
Basically.
And what I'm hearing is the flow of traffic. So the objection is the flow of traffic, safety of that flow of traffic, and accessibility to the main roads and safety getting in and out of there. So the main thing is traffic, flow of traffic, and safety going in and out of the subdivision or lack thereof. Am I correct? Am I hearing correctly? I see shaking hands. I didn't see everybody. Am I missing anything? Is there any other objections to the subdivision that we're missing?
There was just.
Okay, you will have to speak at the microphone. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
You're good. There's just concern that, in addition to those, it's just our community, preserving our community. And I think it goes for the same on the Vickery end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where is the city limits boundary?
I believe Art shows it on one of the plans that, I think that what you see in R12 is Clemson, and what's outside of it is county.
Yeah, one little, the image on the
So this property is largely surrounded by county, with the exception of that, I guess, western end around Heather Drive, which
But
is
it's
also
Old Shirley Road, kind of I'm looking at the Linwood, right past Linwood.
Yeah, Old Shirley Road is
Shirley
down
Road
here.
is the,
It's well away from the city limits.
Doesn't it start?
well, I'm looking on this map, Todd, that has the future land use with the green, and see this
Okay.
green right here? That's the cottages at Clemson, and then there's Linwood, and it looks like it comes into the city on maybe where it joins
I think that it,
Old Shirley Road.
yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that all of Linwood is in the county.
yeah.
And that it's where it meets Old Shirley, that's where,
City limits.
yes.
So most of this is the majority of this parcel is in Pickens County.
None of the county, none of the parcels in this county. The parcel that is before the planning commission to develop is 100% inside the city limits of Clemson.
Okay.
So that's the pink thing.
Got you. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure.
So Elaine, I'm coming back to you.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody else has questions. You're being quiet. All right, is there anyone else? Okay, I believe, thank you. Please, and tell us who you are and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Ben Hepner. I'm an attorney at Holder Paget, Little John and Prickett in Greenville, South Carolina. We've been retained to represent the developer in this matter, and I'll be pretty brief. I just kind of want to point y'all kind of back to sort of the crux of the issue that's before you. The ingress-egress point that would touch Linwood, was only brought about from the developer's perspective as an effort to comply with the LDRs that this planning commission is tasked with enforcing. So, which I think it's important to point out too, that's the only decision that the planning commission, y'all sitting here today, have the authority to make any decision over. As you've already been told, the issue of the road, whether it's direct access, emergency access, no access, improvements to Linwood Drive, no improvements to Linwood Drive, that's outside of your purview. And I think it's also important to point out that would never come up and never be before the proper parties to make that decision, whether to grant full access, emergency access, no access, or make improvements without approval of the preliminary sketch that's before y'all. That's the next step that would get taken care of from the developer's perspective, which I think you guys have already heard about, but that's kind of where this discussion needs to be pointed to today. And the question before y'all was whether to approve the sketch. And I think that question is answered whether or not the developer has met the requirements in order for you to approve that sketch. I think the answer to that is yes. Is there an issue of access on Linwood? Perhaps there may be, but that's for another party, not this commission to determine. And that decision is never going to get made if the sketch is not approved for the proper assessments to be made by the proper parties for Linwood Drive. And so I think it's important. Sure, there are concerns, and I have been in front of other planning commissions and city councils on similar issues, and there are always concerns. But they've got to be addressed at the right time in front of the right people. And unfortunately, the concerns that you've heard about Linwood Drive are not proper before this commission, and it's not time for those issues to be addressed. In other words, you can't do anything about it, unfortunately. That doesn't mean that they won't get addressed later on, because developers are absolutely going to have to submit an application for an encroachment permit to the county. They're going to have to do a traffic study, determine whether or not there needs to be roundabouts, speed humps, speed bumps, whatever it might be, but we're never going to get to that point. Whether it is full access, emergency access, or no access without the approval of the sketch plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. I don't want to take a whole bunch of time. The last thing I'll say is that this is potentially 95 houses within your governing body's area of taxpayers, not transient student houses, not, these are people that would be paying taxes, property taxes, utility, all that stuff into the city that y'all govern for. So, they would be providing some benefit to the surrounding areas.
Anybody have any questions? What time did you get here?
I've been here since 5:35.
Oh, you have in this room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I sat at the back.
Okay. Anybody have questions?
I do, but
You can take your mask off.
I do, but I'll reserve my questions for a little later date. I need more information. I just wanted to put that out there on the record.
Okay, Brad?
So how do you know about the traffic study? Do you know that the DOT or anybody else is going to require one to be done?
I do not, but that's never going to get in front of anybody to be done unless the sketch is approved and the developer can move forward with creating a more intensive master plan that deals with all of the issues that come with developing a subdivision.
So potentially later on, we can require a impact study?
Well, I will leave that to your city attorney. I believe that impact study would have to be ordered by the county engineer since it's a county roadway. I would imagine they would probably appreciate your input since they are the two pieces of property are so close and the lines are so close, but I would imagine that would have to come from the person who has authority over the roadway, which would be the county.
Well, also you've got to take in consideration the impact at 93, which is a state-owned road. So I was just curious about how we can ask for an impact study later on once we approve this sketch and we come back that there's just emergency access only. Well, that's going to affect and impact greatly Victory at Highway 93.
Again, that's something that would have to come up from the proper, the entity that has authority over that roadway to order that study. So in that instance, it might be DOT.
What about Planning Commission, Ms. McCormick? Do we have the authority to authorize a traffic study for this subdivision if there's just emergency only access for Linwood?
You're talking about onto 93?
Correct.
And that's not a city road either. So again, I think that would be covered.
Correct.
It's a DOT road, if I recall correctly. So I think DOT would be the process or the right location to go for that. But and Brad, if you allow me to interrupt, I just want to ask a question. In looking at the sketch plan, there's a big red line, and it looks like it shows phase 1 and phase 2. I noticed that the Linwood Avenue or Linwood thing is over in phase 2.
That's correct.
Do you or Mr. Wall have any timeline in terms of the two different phases, how long that would take? I just was curious when I saw the red line.
Yeah, Mr. Wall probably has a better timeline. I mean, I'll just say, I'll give you the lawyerly answer that you're probably used to. It probably depends on when the sketch is approved and they can move towards the actual process of developing the master plan.
The two phases are really more about the vertical component because of where the tie-ins are for the stormwater and the sewer. They're in that lower section, so we'll probably have to put all that infrastructure in during phase one, as well as the road that connects.
I didn't know if this is like a, those some projects that'll have like 3 or 4 years between phases. Okay, that helps.
Any questions? Oh,
Question, I don't know who it's addressed to, but when Chimney Ridge, which is something else now, was built, promises was made that this was not going to be it was going to be a development for housing for the senior, but it turned out to be student housing. Now, question, how is it that we are assured that this is going to be homes built for homeowners and residents like myself or like yourself, that it's not going to be more student housing? Because people like yourself has promised us what's before, and it wasn't so with Chimney Ridge. And another thing is that when Chimney Ridge was built, for some reason the developers didn't take into consideration all of that runoff from rain, which God creates himself, and y'all can't control, and no engineer can. We are getting flooded, and have been flooded, in Linwood subdivision on numerous times. And because we are one access road, there is no way that you can get us out if you build this house, these homes up on that hill, and you got a creek running at the end of Linwood subdivision. You have a creek that runs from a spring that runs to the side of our home that goes through a small culvert that floods because of debris that washes down, which no one can control. But you're talking about building more homes, and that creek cannot hold all that water and the rain and the runoff that y'all can't control. And we're the ones who are suffering because of it. My point.
okay, we're gonna let him answer. All right. If you'll let Mr. Wall back to the podium. Thank you. Is your name Loretta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Loretta.
The homes are for sale, so it's a fee simple transaction. If somebody wants to rent their house, they can certainly rent their house. We can't, nor can you prevent them from leasing their home. We will have HOA documents that will restrict that. They're 1-year leases will be the minimum, but we can't restrict a homeowner from leasing their house to whomever they want by law. Relative to the creek and the runoff, that's really an engineering question. I can't address that without understanding what the issues are, where the water's coming from. We will have detention ponds that will hold our water, and then that's the design of what we've got in place. So all our water will remain on property, with emergency overflow that would go into that creek at some point. But I don't know the capacity of that creek. I don't know what those issues are. An engineer would have to figure that out.
Reasonable answer. All right. Do we have any more questions?
I do. So Todd, if this is approved tonight, does it come, are we done with it, or does it come back for us again?
No, unlike the Hunter Avenue, which was their approval, that they are now free to proceed with construction documents. This project is in the sketch plan review. And the next step is they would come back for a master plan review, and then following that, a preliminary plan review. So it'll be back before you twice, before you give it the final go-ahead. Designed to respond to issues, to get more answers, to explore it further. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, so we're not done with it after tonight.
That is correct.
Can we, if we were to pass this, can we pass it with recommendations that go to county? Or requests that go to county? As a resident and dealing with issues in the neighborhood and safety and all that, my heart breaks for these people because I feel like I wish there was something we could do to help them, but you guys are all telling me that we can't.
Well, you can instruct me to do that. You don't even have to request. You can tell me that you want me, what you want me to do, and if you want me to summarize the concerns we've heard from the citizens and make sure that that's shared with the appropriate staff and members of the county staff that I've mentioned already, I'll be glad to do that. I'm going to do that anyway. That I'm going to let them know is the way we work together. To, it's important. We all know what's going on. But that is certainly something that you can request, and I will do it.
So my concern is about Linwood is it connects a part of the city to another part of the city. That's what I was asking about where the city limits were and with Old Shirley Road. So I feel like we have some sort of obligation to the people in that little gap.
Which gap?
Between
the Linwood gap.
The county gap. Because this project's in the city limits, and once you hit Old Shirley Road, it's in the city limits. So it's just this length of Linwood, that this gap between that part of the city and this part of the city. Yeah.
Okay. Jackie, I believe you. Okay.
Frank Hubert Bazillion. Question, when construction begins, is Linwood Drive the primary access for all your vehicles? Because right now, you get an engineer out there, a big truck will not be able to make the turn on that curve. It is physically impossible. There is no way an earth mover can even fit on Linwood Drive. It is physical. So, ask you a question, sir. Get in your car, come hang out in my neighborhood tomorrow, and watch. It is impossible, y'all. It's ridiculous that you're even discussing how you can build when there's not an egress. There's just not an egress. It'd be like putting a handicapped person into a non-handicapped bathroom. You can't do it. It sounds like all this is about money, and you're not caring about the residents. And like I said, I invested my whole life savings to move down here to have a bubonic life. And you're telling me, yeah, we're going to make it work, but we're going to destroy your way of life. We're going to now have a highway where you now have this one single lane road, and your children aren't going to be able to play, and you're not even going to know your neighbors. Please, every single one of y'all, come look at that. Just look how the curve is. Try driving it, and know. Because I'm now suffering. My car now has to go to the shop because of the puddle that happened in front of Ingalls with the new development. Because they didn't zone it right. So now I have to get my car fixed because there was a puddle that I got stalled in. Please, don't ruin our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Crowley? Oh, sorry, he's scratching. No one up here is trying to harm anybody. We're here a second time because we had lots of questions and lots of concerns. As I stated earlier, that's why I was asking if you'd heard Mary talking and some of us, that we were concerned that here we are, we have a development by a gentleman we've come to know who seems to be a very reasonable person, Mr. Wall, but we're struggling because it comes, the connection would be going to your neighborhood. Our jurisdiction ends with the city. And even within that, we don't have the ability or power, as Mary explained at the very beginning, we're very limited. So it's not just us that are looking at this. My home, I moved here in 1987. We all have about the similar stories. Clemson had about 10,000 students, and it was a different world. And for all of us, and I think this whole area is a different world. So we're all trying to make this work, and it's just not going to please everybody, and we don't have the power to do that. I guess unless we had bought all the land, which I don't have that either. So I don't really know what to add, except that our process, there are right now we're in the first step. Then there's a master plan, and then there's a final plan, and you called it a different name than final, but that's what it is. And so there can be other issues along the way. Plus, those of you who live in Linwood do not even live in the city limits. So again, we want to make this work. Todd has already started working with the county. I've even called one of the county councilmen. I believe your county councilman is Trey Whitehurst, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you've ever talked to him, but maybe this is the time to go chat with Trey Whitehurst. That's about all I can add. We have to move on because we have several other issues to deal with tonight.
I just have a question for Mary. I don't know, I apologize, I couldn't understand the whole discussion with the court-approved
The ruling?
The ruling. Was that strictly in Pickens County, that ruling? Or was it strictly Pickens County? Okay. All right. So that answers the question.
I'll get a copy of the decision that they brought in, and we'll have it attached to your minutes so everybody will have a copy. You can look at that. And I'll also get a copy to the developer as well. Thank you. I wanted your secret things. I'm just kidding. Sorry. That's fine.
Okay.
I got another question.
Okay, and we need to move on.
I understand.
If we can have this be our last question, so that we're not here till midnight.
Would that ruling be an impediment to us moving or making a decision on this subdivision
No.
based on what we have to approve today?
We will look at it and see, but it appears that the ruling sort of stops at the edge of the Linwood Road and the properties that are in the, I guess it's called the Linwood subdivision. So it doesn't cross whatever the boundary is into the property that's being proposed for Longleaf. But that's definitely something we'll look at. I mean, it's certainly something serious that they brought to us, and we'll take a look at.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll stop there.
All right, thank you. I hate to be dictatorial.
You gotta move on.
Gotta move on. All right. So with this, the sketch plan review, 2021 S31 major subdivision, Longleaf Vickery. Do I hear a motion, or is there a motion from the Planning Commission to move this forward to the master stage?
In the interest of getting this moved forward with some serious decisions being made, I move that we approve this
It's just as I read it.
2021
Yeah.
S31.
Right.
I will second it on the condition that we put some of these concerns that the citizens have for consideration, the way that Elaine had suggested.
Okay. And Elaine suggested those to
Asking Todd to make sure that the county, and I would encourage you residents of Linwood get to the next county council meeting and make your concerns heard there. They do have the ability to make a difference for you.
And even though they're middle of a motion, I believe the planning commission has the final say on things in that, right? For the
No,
county?
the planning
I'm a little
commission is
concerned.
not, for the roadway, determination is what's gonna happen with the roadway. That does not fall in the purview of the county planning commission.
Okay.
It is of the county engineer.
The county engineer, hear that?
However, just like in the city of Clemson, that we are interrelated, that we work closely with our engineering department and our legal counsel and our police, and in matters like these, that they're rarely made in a vacuum. And that's why I reached out to their county planner, because he is connected to all the right people that need to be involved. And so my intention is to send these concerns to him and ask him to make sure that he forwards them on to all the appropriate people.
Okay, thank you. So we have a second. Do we have any further discussion?
I do have a question for Todd for transparency purposes. So I'm assuming as soon as you hear back from anyone at the county or the county engineer, you're going to forward all those documents or emails or whatever to us, and will you put them on the website? Or can you do that?
I'm not sure I understood your question, Brad. Are you saying that moving forward, if we get we've already been told that there will not be any ruling on the part of the engineer until they being the developers, submit an encroachment permit, which is not going to be until this plan is approved. And at that time, it will become a part of public record that that we would have on our file, and anybody could read the results of that and have access to it. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, I did not hear that earlier if you'd already mentioned it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, any more discussion? All right, we're gonna have a voice vote now. Elaine Richardson, do you vote yes or no to move this forward?
That would be a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, what did I say? I
You said voice vote.
I'm sorry, it's a roll call vote. Excuse me, I meant that. Thank you.
I agree with moving forward with the things we've asked Todd to do and trying to help him in any way we can.
Okay, so yes. Larry Allen,
Yes.
Curtis Arnold,
Yes.
Jackie Myers,
Yes, with the caveat as stated earlier by Lynn.
okay. John Crowley,
Yes.
Brad White,
Yes.
Mary Beth Green, yes. Okay, the motion has carried and it is unanimous. So the next item will be the proposed map amendment R 000008, interesting numbers, -2021, and it's with Cambridge Creek LLC. Is the staff prepared to present?
I'll
I
take this one.
apologize last time.
It's okay.
And just as a quick way of explanation, you'll see the new file numbers. It's with the new, it was entered into the new software permitting system. It generates these. So it's a different system.
Okay, thank you. New system.
Yes. Okay. An application for a zoning map amendment, or rezoning, was submitted by the owner of Cambridge Creek LLC, Mr. Eric Newton, on September the 8th, 2021.
I'm sorry. Do you all need a break? I know Jackie's got a dog. Does anybody need a quick break? I didn't ask.
Well, you've been going 2 hours, it might not.
I'm sorry.
Perfectly fine with taking a break right here.
Okay.
Yes, I'm good.
How about 10 minutes or sooner? How about that? And so Jackie, I don't want Jackie to miss anything. Are you leaving? We're taking a break.
It's okay, yeah.
She'd just take it.
Yeah, that's what I figured, and I meant to do that a while ago, but I forgot.
Ready? Oh, who's ready?
We have bouncers. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start back at item 5C, proposed map amendment with the, number 8, 2021, Cambridge Creek LLC, and staff will present.
Okay. An application for a zoning map amendment, rezoning, was submitted by the owner, Cambridge Creek LLC, Mr. Eric Newton, on September the 8th, 2021. As proposed, a .49 acre parcel located at the intersection.
I'm sorry, wait, what? What's going on? Are you reading from our handout?
Huh?
Are you reading from the handout?
Not exactly. I pulled the highlights out just for the
Okay,
introduction.
can you speak into the mic?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
We
You can't hear?
No, we can't. I'm sorry.
You got it.
We're all, some of us, me.
And I even can't hear anything.
Located at the intersection of Berkeley Drive and Old Greenville Highway. It would be rezoned from R20 Single Family District to RM3 Multifamily District. The parcel, which abuts Cambridge Creek the Cambridge Creek Townhome Development, is bisected by the drive accessing the project from Berkeley Drive and is currently utilized for construction material laydown and storage. If the rezoning is approved as requested, the zoning of the parcel will be consistent with the rest of the development and will enable the owner to combine the lot with the other parcel comprising the development. It should be noted that an application to rezone the parcel 2019-R-02 from R20 district to RM3 district was previously submitted to the city in 2019. That proposal was approved 6-1 by the Planning Commission on April the 8th, 2019, and approved on first reading by City Council on May the 13th, 2019. During consideration of second reading on June the 3rd, 2019, however, a motion to approve failed by a vote of 3-4, which resulted in a one-year delay before the matter could be reconsidered. The parcel became eligible for rezoning again on June 3rd, 2020. The parcel is effectively an island of R20 district property that was cut off from other R20 parcels by the creation of the Village at Berkeley Plan Development, and it touches no other R20 parcel. It does, however, abut the RM3 property that was recently assembled and developed as the Cambridge Creek Townhome Project. If rezoned as requested, it is the owner's intent to combine the parcel with the other RM3 property and to construct townhomes on the land. Now, pursuant to City Code, notice of the proposed rezoning was provided to the Police Department, Engineering, Stormwater, Utilities, and other pertinent departments to determine if the proposal, should it be approved, if it would affect their ability to provide service, and no impacts on service delivery were identified by the departments. It should be noted that regardless of the outcome of the Commission's vote on this matter, the rezoning request will be taken to City Council for a public hearing and consideration on 2 readings. Staff's recommendation is to approve the proposed rezoning as requested.
Okay. All right, let me find my other. All right, is the developer prepared to present?
Thank you all very much. As a former Planning Commission member myself, I certainly have a lot of respect for what you guys do. So I appreciate you taking this into consideration. So as Art mentioned, back in May of was it 2019? I think it's been that long. Okay. So it's been a while. We had presented this to Planning Commission for rezoning from R20 to RM3. As Art mentioned, the Cambridge Creek development was RM3, and everything else around it was PD. So we felt like it made a lot of sense to incorporate this into the development, and as he mentioned, it passed planning commission, and then first reading didn't really, to my understanding, it didn't really receive any negative feedback until the second reading, and then which it subsequently failed, or did not pass. So we are here, or I'm here today to ask that you reconsider rezoning this parcel. We plan to build a 4-unit structure there, and we had designed the development to incorporate that 4-unit structure there. Whether it passes or not, it's not going to, obviously the project's there, and it's not going to keep us from doing anything we need to do on the tracks that we've currently got under development. I will say that I don't feel like R20 is the appropriate zoning for this parcel. Nobody's going to build a house here. What makes the most sense is, in my humble opinion, is either for it to be a commercial track, or for it to be incorporated as part of this Cambridge Creek development. And I humbly ask that you consider passing it again like you did a year and a half ago. I know, like I said, it passed 6-1. I would be very appreciative if you push it forward.
Okay.
Open any questions?
All right. Thank you. Anybody have questions for Eric?
I have one. Where is the entrance, the ingress and egress from this property? Where do you foresee that?
You will access it from inside.
Oh, okay.
The building will front the Cambridge Creek Court, and the parking is already there. It's there for the current residents.
It's already occupied? No? Yes?
A portion of this particular section is not yet, but it is not too far behind.
If you don't count those 4 units, how many total units do you have in the project?
We've got 120, 380 beds. This would add 4 more, so we have 124, another 12 beds.
So you're planning to build more townhomes on it?
It'll be just like the other buildings. It's just a 4-unit building. That's all that will fit on there.
Okay.
It's a 4-unit building.
And it will be oriented how?
It will face out towards, towards the interior.
Okay, so it's another back door to the
The
major
back of
street.
it will face Berkeley.
I sort of question your rationale for the PDs being around it, and that, because if you look at, I'm sorry, PD,
The retreat across the street, the village of Berkeley behind it.
PD8 is across the street, and those are single cottages. There's not an apartment complex, they're single cottages. I would put them more in a single family home type setting, as I would PD10, because those are all individual homes that were put in the village at Berkeley. And then right straight across the street is the RM1 property that backs up to Vista Circle, which is R12. So, and the other side of your RM3 is commercial, and that makes sense. So while I understand what you're saying about it being an island, I think that it fits more with the single family designation that you see in the PD and PD10. And I worry about that being a high point. And if you put a big building on the highest point of that property, because I've ridden by there and through there and taken pictures and trying to figure out what's the best thing to do for you and for our community. In just a minute, I think.
Yeah. Anybody else have questions for Eric Newton?
I've got a question for Todd. I believe you said on this that DOT has denied access to this property from Berkeley.
Yeah, you can see that Eric has off of Berkeley, there's a curb cut coming into to his property, and that's for emergency access only. It will not be for regular traffic. And so the logic, one of the things I put in our staff notes is that the reason they denied that was how close it was to Highway 93. So this property, which is now a standalone property, if it is not incorporated in the other development, if DOT wouldn't let him give him a curb cut further away from 93, logic would indicate they're not going to give him a curb cut closer to 93, and so it may render the property completely unusable.
The last time you came before us, didn't you talk about putting a clubhouse there that would be like a single story?
We had considered that at one time, and then we felt like it was better for it to be more centralized. But we at one point had considered putting the clubhouse there.
Do you have, is the clubhouse constructed already?
Yes.
I did get out of the car, so I don't know. I didn't.
It's right in the middle of the development, and
Close to that gully area that in the
right. Yeah, I mean, my argument would be that, it's not, I mean, the highest and best use for this property would be something similar to what's around it. It could very well be, I mean, it doesn't make sense because that intersection is kind of funky to do, a service station or a gas station or anything like that. And like Todd was saying, I think it'd be really difficult to get an encroachment permit from DOT. It makes sense for it to be incorporated into the current development because it would have access from that internal street as opposed to having access off of Berkeley Drive. I mean, it's not likely with it being R20 that anybody's going to want to build their personal residence there, and that right now that's all you could do. I mean, with R20
or green space.
or green space.
And we brought that up last time.
Yeah.
About green space. And I know the citizens, I talked with a few of them in the area, and I didn't even bring it up. They brought it up. You talk about the best use. Best use of that would be, a pocket park.
I don't know how. I mean, it's right there on that major intersection. I don't know if you've ever stood there. It wouldn't be the safest place for a park.
No, a pocket park. That's what they're for. They're in high density areas, and they're there to give people a respite, and they're developed specifically to accommodate that density, but also protect it.
And then if we already have issues with access from Berkeley Drive, how would you propose that people would access this public park?
Walk. There's supposed to be a public park within 10 minutes of walking distance of every citizen in the United States of America. Doesn't happen, but that's the national standard. And we're not even close to that in the city. Not even close. I mean, that's something that was brought up 2 years ago.
Maybe the city would consider
City would
buying
have to purchase the land.
buying the property.
Amen.
You'd love to
I
sell it
would.
at the right price.
Ms. Brad, have you answered or asked questions, comments?
No questions. Thanks.
Elaine, are you finished?
I think.
Okay. And Curtis always has something in his pocket.
Hey, Eric, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
You've heard you do indeed get this and install some more townhomes. Are these going to be standard, like a two-story elevation?
They'll be identical to what's there now.
I guess when we, during our days, got all that approved, because there was not a lot of concern about it facing out on the old Greenville Highway or South Carolina 93. Now this is pretty much even with the highway. It's going to be a bit of an elevation right there. I realize that's not just a concern how it's going to look.
Yeah, there's probably from the sidewalk on Berkeley to the parking lot, the internal parking lot road. there's probably 5 to 6 feet of elevation change. So by the time we would grade it out, it would be
Be down
recessed
maybe
down.
10 feet or so.
Sorry,
Be down about maybe 10 feet or so. Or not.
I'd say 5 to 6 feet or so.
5 to 6 feet. Yeah, I certainly understand why you've got a landlocked piece of property. You really can't do much else with it.
All right, do we have some speakers? Thank you, Eric.
My name's Michael Neary, and I bought the property adjacent at Village at Berkeley, and I bought it from the same owner that Eric bought his parcel from, Howard Barefoot. And I just want to be clear, Village at Berkeley was attached townhomes, and I decided personally to make them single families. So I think at worst case, and I'm not going to speak for Eric, but I think he should be allowed to build, instead of 4, he should be able to subdivide it and make it into 3 of the same little townhomes that would be detached, still face the same way, but he wouldn't lose 100% of the use of his property. And that little green space piece, that's a detention pond, so all my water goes into that pond and then flows out onto that parcel. So, their engineers took care of all that, but make it smaller, you can see room. The little houses are little row houses that we did. The Newton family started that subdivision, and Howard ended up with it, and then I bought it from Howard. But, as far as the height and all that, I was super worried that my homeowners would be looking into the back bedrooms of the townhomes, and vice versa. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but I sold one of the homes that were facing one of Eric's for $335,000, and 3 months later they resold it for $365,000. So evidently that wasn't a big concern to the new buyer. And that's not for us to decide. That's for the homeowner to decide. So I just wanted to. I didn't come to speak on your issue, but because I'm familiar with it, I thought I'd stand up and say something.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. Any other comments? All right, any more comments about?
I've got a quick question for Todd. If we change it and incorporate this into the larger development, does this have to go back to the bar before they do building? Or is it going to be, since it's going to match existing, is there this is just a procedural question.
Yeah, and it's a good question. I probably would need to talk to Jake and Eric about, was this discussed? It seemed like at one time that they actually said, well, what if we get this rezoned? And so I don't know what has been kind of approved or acknowledged. And depending upon what the final decision is, the way I typically would handle it is bring it to the BAR and let them decide if it needs to come up for a full review or not. Or if they can say it's the same building, materials, its type, and that since it had been discussed, because I know it was at some point, but I'll let them make that determination.
All right. Does anybody have a motion to move this forward?
Windows 8, 2021 definition.
Okay, to be, what he wants to, what he wants to zone it for. It's R3? R3? Yeah, I think so. Okay, I just want to be sure that it's in our minutes. All those, okay, more discussion? Did you need a second?
You get a second.
I haven't got a second.
I'll second.
Your first one. We're so proud. Thank you. All right, more discussion? All right. Okay, Brad, would you like to vote first? To move this forward?
I vote yes.
All right. Okay, the rest of us, if you'll vote with your right hand, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, all those opposed, raise your right hand. All right, so it's 3-4, and the motion passes.
Todd, do you want to, do you know the date of the public hearing? And I thought
Yes,
for the
it's
record you
November
might.
1st will be the public hearing on this. Council is pre-advertising that.
Okay. All right. We have a 5D, this is another action item. Proposed text amendment regarding 2021 R6 waivers. Is staff prepared to present?
Yes, that in our land development regulations and our zoning ordinance, that there are multiple places where staff was granted the latitude and the authority to waive certain standards, and that over the last year or so, that as these have come up, that the staff that was charged with this, a lot of it was me, or my position. The engineer is heavily involved, but also the chief of police, city horticulturist, director of utilities. That we began thinking about what made the most sense and the most protection for the city, and that while I cannot think of one time that that when I counseled with my colleagues and we weren't all in agreement as to what to do, that it seemed to be a smarter way for the city to go to have a check and balance in place and to not have that authority rest within one person, but two different people would have to agree that that a waiver was justified. And so we went through the ordinance, and everywhere that authority rested with one person, we have recommended who the partner in that waiver would be. And so that's all it is. It doesn't change the content of the code. It just simply means that now moving forward, that to waive a standard, that two staff have to agree. Be happy to answer questions.
So now it's just one.
Correct.
In each case.
Correct.
If y'all always agree, what do you think the advantage is?
Well, two things I would think, Mary Beth. One is that personnels and personalities are going to come and go, and that it's a protection, I think, of the city and the integrity of the ordinance to it eliminates the unlikely possibility that you have a person with that authority who may not feel the same way about the intention of the code and be prone to waiving something that most other people would not agree qualifies. So it's a protection for the integrity of the code, but also, to be honest, it takes some of the responsibility and the pressure off of an individual staff member making that decision solely, and that it's. I know that there have been cases where that decision rested with somebody else, and I literally stood beside them when they made that decision, because it didn't feel fair that they took all the heat for it, and I was willing to share it, and others have done the same for me. So this, it just seems like a more appropriate way to go and to protect the city. It's a check and balance, if nothing else, that you've got two people have to agree.
Will it ever be the case that there'll be one person will be the boss and the other person the underling?
Not the way it's presented. In this case, they're all, I see what you're saying.
I think there are 4 that are all within one office.
I was just
Yeah.
wondering how that, you know, if you disagree with the guy who's giving you a review.
Yeah, I guess that possibility exists, but also we weren't trying to force this into unrealistic categories to where a person is really not. We tried to find the 2 people who are best equipped to address a given issue, and that there might be somewhere you have stormwater and engineering or zoning and the director. Again, I don't see it as an issue, but if you all would like to make changes or identify areas where you're concerned, then we can try to come up with somebody else if that's your concern, that we not have 2 people within the same department.
It's nothing personal, but I do like the idea of having 2 different offices.
And the challenge, I'm with you, but I'll be honest, I haven't thought much about this, in part because of the integrity of the people we have now, and I know it's not an issue. But if you've got something that's stormwater related, I don't know who you have with the engineer and the stormwater manager to make that decision, because you couldn't. The police is going to go, I don't know, and I'm going to go, I don't know, and so there's that. We tried to be sensitive to that, and those items where you might have 2 people in the same department signing off are ones because they're really the most qualified people.
Todd,
Yes.
does the proposed change, does it add the ability to give a waiver or to go ahead and make the decision to any section, or does it only add an extra person to the existing section?
All it does is add an extra person. It does not change the standards, the conditions under which a waiver can be granted, or anything about that. It's just where before it said director, now it says director and engineer, or engineer and police chief. It just added that second person. It was not critical. I think things are working fine now. This is one of those opportunities. I think that in looking ahead, I think it would be a protection for the city.
Because not in your shoes. This is it's out of my league, you know. So I just think in terms of, I used to be a corporate tax person, and I'm not sure I would disagree with the manager above me, but this may not be relevant to a city, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I
I'm
understand what
kind of
you're
at a
saying,
loss.
and that we're human, and that's a reality. That it could be a situation where a person would not feel comfortable voicing a different opinion. All I know is that all the people that are on this list, and we have people who have come and gone. And I've worked with 2 different police chiefs, 3 different city engineers, 2 different stormwater managers, and 2 different administrators, and then I got the zoning administrator, the planner, and myself. And a pretty broad spectrum of people. This would work with every one of them. That, you know, it's. I haven't seen a intimidating sort of top-heavy or authoritative, do it my way or the highway kind of culture of our staffing.
I think that's my only question. Does anybody else have questions?
Jackie did.
No, I think I agree with you. I don't think there'll be a problem because the person that's the secondary is the subject matter person, and it would just make sense for that person that has the knowledge of that situation to give their opinion, and it would give you an extra layer of, confidence or confirmation, I would say. I like the idea of not just having one person make unilateral decisions. We might not have a Todd in the future with that kind of integrity. We pray that we do. The possibilities, lies that we might not. So I like that added layer of protection.
Have I asked you, Brad, where you are? Brad White? Do you have any questions, comments?
No questions. Sorry, no questions.
That's all right. I know you're busy there. Okay, so I believe this is an action item, and are we ready to consider a motion about waivers requiring mostly 2 people? This is a shy night.
It's kind of hard to know how to word it.
Well, I'm just not supposed, I don't believe I'm supposed to make a motion, so.
I'll make a motion. Somebody correct me as I step on my feet doing this. I make a motion to advance item 2021-R-06.
That's it. I need a second. Okay, that's Larry, right? All right, any further discussion? All right, Brad, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, those of us who are here, raise your right hand if you are in favor. And all opposed, and so this motion passes. All right, we're now to 5E, proposed text amendment 2021 R07 by right development.
Okay, this proposal is for a by right option for mixed-use development. It is intended to provide for residential development in commercial districts while multiple catalyst areas are being studied and more detailed standards are being established for each of those catalyst areas. The city recognizes that some commercial districts will not be included in an overlay district and thus may need updated development standards, which we believe would occur after all the catalyst area studies have been completed, because that will then tell us what is happening in those key areas and will inform perhaps recommendations for what should happen in the other areas that were not designated as a overlay district. So this ordinance accomplishes the goal of allowing residential by right until all catalyst areas have been studied and more detailed by right standards are then developed for all commercial districts. The Clemson Next has presented to council a list of the catalyst areas, and council has determined that they are going to do a detailed study of each one of those areas. So, with that in mind, the staff recommendation is to continue the current ban on residential development in CP1 and CP2 unless the project is done as a planned development or unless the property has direct vehicular ingress to 2 separate arterial roads. This is in part to help reduce the congestion along the majority of our main corridors. This would be 93, 76, and 123. And this recommendation, of course, may change as various catalyst areas are explored in greater detail. The Planning Commission may recall that in our comprehensive plan, there was recommendations to consider not having more high density along 123 and other areas, and so we felt like that this provided that by right residential in those corridors was not in keeping with the spirit of the ordinance or the strategic plan, and that they can go forward as a PD, but not by right. And so then that leaves the C and CM districts, the areas where the greatest pressure for development and also the greatest public scrutiny is occurring. That's where the uptown charrette will be taking place week after next. But for those districts, the staff recommendation is to leave all the current district and architectural standards in place, but to limit height to 3 stories and provide a definition of a story. The definition of story we pull from the International Building Council, and it's the distance of that portion of a building included between the upper surface of the floor and the upper surface of the floor or roof above. So, in the development of this ordinance recommendation, that many ideas were suggested, all were considered. Some of them were zoning related, and some were policy issues. Policy issues such as requiring leases prior to the CO, paying a penalty if you don't get a lease, things of that nature. For the purposes of tonight, the staff only focused on zoning issues because policy issues are not in the purview of the Planning Commission, and so staff is proposing the ordinance as we are due to the following factors. First, Council has expressed a desire to be fair to property owners and to give them a by right path while details are being worked out for the various catalyst areas. As I mentioned, Uptown is getting ready to start up immediately or October 19th. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And that the schedule has it by the end of the year, we'll have a pretty solid understanding of what's going to happen in that area. But then behind that, we've got the catalyst areas of downtown east, downtown west, Clemson Triangle, Clemson Crossing. All of these areas are going to be studied as well. And as each one gets studied, as the uptown, let's say, as an example, as it gets completed, that undoubtedly this is going to change. That the standards for that area, we will now have the roadmap to write the detailed standards and say that 6 stories is allowed, or that we make the recommendation that X amount of open space has to be provided, or we alter some of the uses that can take place there. That's the purpose of the exercises that we have ahead of us. But that for developers who did not want to go with the PD in the interim between today and when their catalyst area gets examined and detailed standards are put in place for that catalyst area, this gives them a path forward. So this proposed ordinance accomplishes the goal of giving them the by right option. We also understand that the C and CM and some parts of the CP2 districts are going to be reviewed in the upcoming months, and that more detailed standards will be developed. Setting the issue of height aside, which is the only thing we're recommending changing, in general, the standards that Clemson already has in place align with best practices in the world of planning, as well as generally align with the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan. By using stories instead of feet, the city promotes a range of building heights which help avoid too much similarity. And that, in our staff's opinion, that common sense and market forces will limit the ultimate height of these buildings. Some may make the argument, well, these buildings will be 60 feet tall if it's 3 stories and maybe each floor 20 feet. Yes, that's true. But is that going to occur? And the answer is no. It will not make sense to have 3 20-floor buildings, 20-foot buildings, or 20-foot floors. Anyway, but this is our recommendation. We believe that common sense and market forces are going to direct what the ultimate height of that building will be. The architectural standards the city already has in place are designed to promote a great deal of variation and to protect our core downtown in particular, as well as all other commercial corridors, and that's why we did not feel a need to rewrite the standards at this point, because we believe they're well vetted and protective for the city. The front setback standards we currently have in place were designed to accommodate the downtown corridor plan and the rights-of-way held by the city, DOT, and the Clemson University, and they were designed to result in a streetscape that reflects and models best practices of successful communities. I know Larry wants to talk about front setbacks if he can, but it's worth mentioning that no buildings have been built in Clemson under the existing front setback standards, that because they were changed, and then we had kind of a moratorium. So there was another idea of a rear setback ratio of 2-to-1. It seems unnecessary because we have an existing requirement of a 15-foot type E buffer yard, which is as or more of a protection against buildings than an additional 2-to-1. So if you got buildings that are on average going to be 35 foot tall, that means your setback was 17 feet. We already have 15, but we have 15 feet with a fence under the current zoning. And so simply changing the setback seems like less protection. You might gain 2 more feet, but you lose the fence and the trees in the buffer yard. And it's also worth noting that this 35-foot height that we're trying to create a buffer yard against, 35 feet is the same height of R20 and R12. So it's the exact same building height on either side of the alleyway, Addison Lane, Knox Lane, that all of y'all live where you live, you can build 35 feet tall. And so this is the same height on the other side of the alley. Our parking ratios are well vetted. We believe that staff does not recommend changing them. 2 other issues, the staff did not think it was prudent to specify whether or not the housing be student or non-student until the research has been done on each catalyst area. For example, if the city promotes or requires that you can only do non-student housing in this area, take your pick. And then they do their detailed study of that catalyst area. And they say, well, this is where we want student housing. Meanwhile, you have required and said anybody wants to develop, they've got to do non-student housing. You've lost the opportunity to put in the student housing. And so that's why we think that to not specify student or non-student housing, because the catalyst area recommendations are all over the place. The alternative would be to design specific standards for each area, but staff has done that, recommendations for each area, but they were based on the comprehensive plan and the strategic plan, and that the city is yet to adopt or to say that this is what we're going to implement. I I mean, if they did, then we don't need the charrette, so we can just move forward. But what I've heard and said, and Larry's heard it in the land use committees, that we're going to have charrettes for all the catalyst areas, or we're going to have studies of all the catalyst areas. That's going to tell us what needs to occur there. I don't think staff knows. I don't think y'all know. I don't think anybody knows at this point what the outcome of that work is going to be. And only until that work is done will we be in a position to come up with detailed standards. Another concern was about capping density or determining the density of these areas. Staff believes that market forces and the reduced building height will determine what the density will be, and there's no need to place a maximum or minimum density in place. For example, Earl Street Youth Center and Campus View, those are all about 200 beds per acre or a little bit more. Bixby's, which is 405 College, is 150 per acre. Dockside is 133 per acre. So Dockside has 4 floors of housing, and we're taking away 2 of those floors if this ordinance advances. Then the likely resulting density will be in the neighborhood of 65 per acre. There was a recommendation, well, let's make the zoning, the density the same as RM4. Well, RM4 is 56 beds per acre. So if we limit the density to 56 acres, which is the same as RM4, the net effect is limiting development to a maximum of 2 stories, which we feel is inappropriate and too austere. Not in the spirit of what, not a true by right option. So that was some of the rationale that came up with our very simple approach, which is maintain the ban on mixed use in the CNC. They can still go forward as a planned development, and CP1 or CP2. They can still go forward as a PD, and they can still go forward if they have access to 2 arterial roads like Publix or over here the Best Western, places where they have 2 frontages. But everywhere else, that they can only go forward as a PD. And in the CNCM, they have the right, because PD is not a by right option. The CNCM would be limited to 3 stories, and that and they too would have the right to come in and do it as a PD. That is not being taken away from them. They still have that option if they wanted to do a planned development. So that's the simplicity of the ordinance. But there are other ideas that we heard and were discussed in this process. These ideas came from Clemson Next Land Use Committee, members of council, members of the Planning Commission, staff, and citizens. Some of these ideas are already in place. Some of them have already been addressed. Some of them overlap, some are new. The staff expects that many of these ideas will be included in the newly developed standards for these catalyst areas as the city explores these areas. However, we do not feel they are appropriate, or that we feel like they're in conflict with the strategic plan and comp plan if we applied them citywide. So I want to read through a list of considerations that for y'all to be aware of, so y'all can factor it into your decision making. 1, having a maximum of 3 stories of 35 feet, that's obviously included. 2, use all brick facades and architectural review that meet city standards for specific standards developed for districts. We already have in our zoning ordinance that all the downtown architecture has to be brick and glass, the same percentage of what's already there, and they all have to go through architectural review, so that's kind of already in the ordinance. A minimum of an 18 front setback in the CM. The city currently has a 17 front setback as a minimum. No, Larry, what is, we have 12 feet as our setback, but we have, if you're reviewing our ordinance, that the first 5 feet of the city right-of-way, the developer puts in a sidewalk matching. So we gained 5 feet from the city right-of-way, the city sidewalk, and so the end effect is that and that's a minimum. So the end effect is 17 feet from the edge of curb to the face of the building. You know, if you think about the cities that you enjoy, I mean, picture yourself walking down, take your pick, Charleston, New York City, San Francisco, Austin, Texas. Picture yourself in any one of those cities. None of them is your face of building much more than 17, 15 feet away from the edge of the curve. And you know, when we develop these standards, we showed city after city and pictures to help come to that conclusion. Plus, for the Highway 93, College Avenue districts, which is where C and CM are, that in addition to that edge of curb, we have either a dedicated bike lane or a planting strip before you get to anything vehicular. And so now you've got the 17 feet plus a 6-foot bike lane plus a 3-foot planting bed. So there's 9 feet. So now you're 27 feet before you get from a vehicular movement to. But anyway, I don't want to try to sell you on this. I want you to understand that this was a considered recommendation. And the recommendation that came from, and I can't remember which source, but it was to make it an 18-foot setback. We have a 17. A rear setback of 80% of the building height when abutting lower density residential. Given that the majority of the C and CM that abut residential already have a right-of-way in place, which is Knox or Addison Lane, that extends the effective distance of the buffer, if you will, this seemed unnecessary. Again, especially when the maximum height of potential buildings in the C and CM district that we're talking about are the same height as what is already allowed in the residential districts the ordinance protects. A minimum step back of 20 feet after the first floor or 30 feet after 2 floors. The current ordinance already requires a 25-foot step back at the 3rd floor or at 30 feet, whichever is lesser. So it seems to be right in the middle of what's being recommended. Another one is to require 2 or 3 bedroom units with 1 full or half bath accessible from living areas with a ratio of size of living, dining, kitchen area to the size of bedrooms, and require storage. Again, I think that's addressed in the text above when I was commenting on the potential pitfalls of mandating what type of housing at this point before we've done the studies, because the areas along 93 development strategies are recommended to be high density student housing. I don't know what the city's going to finally decide, but if we say that you have to put in this non-student housing, we may end up shooting ourselves in the foot. Let's say on lots of 1/2 acre or larger than 1/2 acre, building must appear to be more than a singular monolith. The city's architectural standards already address this. Plant semi-mature shade trees along public streets, semi-mature evergreen buffering along rear and side of buildings. So this requirement is already in place. Best practices dictate trees to be 2.5 inches in caliper at breast height instead of, I don't know what semi-mature really means, but we've looked at a bunch of options. But conventional wisdom in the world of horticulture is that the trees survive better if they can grow into their space instead of trying to drop a big one there.
Instead of what?
Dropping a bigger tree in there. You can drop a tree that might be a 6-inch in diameter, but the shock and their ability to grow into space is that over like a 10-year arc, that a 2.5-inch tree would outperform a 6-inch tree at planting. Pretty well documented research on this. In the historic downtown, developers must replace the existing facade and require an architectural review, or we require an architectural review of everything along all of our corridors. And that there are standards in place that mimic the fabric of the downtown architecture, the fenestration and materials. And so to actually replace the existing facade, I think that the standards in place require them to have the same percentage of brick and glass and height that we currently have. Existing buildings may be up to 2 floors of residential on existing lots in all commercial districts with a maximum height of 35 feet. New buildings may not increase lot coverage greater than 60%. Existing buildings that have more than 60% lot coverage are grandfathered in at their current lot coverage, and all new buildings must have all brick facades. In the historic section of downtown, the existing ground floor must be replaced. Rear and side setbacks a minimum of 15 feet. The property abuts lower density residential. Semi-mature landscaping installation that will grow to a height of 80% of building height along rear and side setbacks with abutting lower density residential. I think all these issues were addressed in the preceding comments. All future development along the north side of Tiger Boulevard from Highway 76 to Hartwell Bridge must allow for rear access road, and the development on the south side should consider lakefront opportunities. The rear access road for the north side of 123 is a good concept. It has been explored. It has largely been postponed or abandoned at this point because of several key property owners and the general overall cost and the resistance of a lot of the businesses along there. So unless the city wants to invoke eminent domain, this concept currently could not be implemented. The comprehensive plan the Planning Commission developed already calls for incentives for development on the south side of 123 to orient towards the lake. And staff has had language ready to advance the Planning Commission on this matter, but it's been on hold due to the moratorium and strategic plan. But again, I think these are great ideas. Height limit of 3 stories or a maximum of 40 feet. Add a footnote that special exceptions could be made for a height up to 50 feet. Through the BZA process. We can always add the BZA exception. We did not feel it was necessary to include, given that this ordinance is for a temporary situation, and it's also unclear as to what guidelines the BZA would use to approve or deny such a request, and we kind of need to give them guidance on that. This was another one, the ratio of the total area of the building to the allowable building area of the property within setbacks cannot exceed a ratio of 3 to 1. This provides flexibility in size and shape. The ground floor level requires a certain percentage of commercial use, which we already do. The maximum height is 50 feet from the street level. Now, adding special exception to the height requirements for a height up to 65 feet through the BZA process. Again, we have people saying 35 feet, 40 feet, 3 stories, 2 stories, 65 feet. A lot of ideas were expressed. Rear setbacks, consider setting a ratio of rear building height and buffer yard requirements with a 2 to 1 ratio as mentioned earlier. Again, the current type E buffer yard is as or more protection against buildings that will be on average of 35 feet tall than the 2 to 1 ratio. Keep the density close to density numbers in R4 or find appropriate density for 3 core buildings. Again, we feel like this is done by the standard, by what we built, all that could be built. Consider setting a ratio of square feet of common living area for each bedroom. Again, this addressed above. And all districts must install sidewalks and bike paths or payment into fund. And this is already in the land development regulations for new construction facing the road. So those were those were zoning issues that were considered when we made our recommendation. And I just got a couple things to run by and I'll be done. Because there were some policy ideas that came up in here. If you remember, I segregated out zoning issues, because that's what the planning commission's done. The policy issues, these are not in your purview. But they were considerations and that they need to be expressed. One is that for the ground floor retail, they have to set aside 50% of the upfit cost to be used at a later date. Must have retail space leased with operating leases within 18 months of the issue of CO, or they get a fine of 50% prevailing per square foot lease rate monthly. At 24 months, the fine raises to 75% of the prevailing rate, and at 36 months to 100% of the prevailing rate. These are issues outside of, and y'all don't want to probably be involved with those issues. So that'd be something that the council would have to decide. In the downtown, uptown, and Tiger Boulevard, that developers have to pay into a parking deck fund. In the downtown and uptown, they'd have to pay into the College Avenue Corridor Fund. All new construction in C districts must include ground floor office. They'll require that. Set aside of 50% of the average per square foot upfit cost should be required. Redevelopment of properties that displace existing businesses that must have at least 50% of their commercial space leased, and the upfit must be 50% complete to receive a CO, which is a certificate of occupancy to allow them to move in. And beginning 24 months after the issuance of the CO, properties falling under this regulation are subject to the occupancy threshold and fine described in the regulations for properties. At 24 months after the issuance of the CO, the commercial real estate must be leased in occupancy within 30% of the citywide occupancy rate. For example, if the citywide commercial occupancy rate is 90%, the occupancy rate of the project must be 60% by the 24th month, and they don't reach the threshold, a fine of 75% of the square foot lease rate will be assessed on a monthly basis. So, those were, I went through all those comments because I think it's important for you to have heard all the ideas that we did in helping us draft what we thought was a more simpler ordinance. And the two things I'd like you to keep in mind is that we recognize that there are a lot of details to be worked out for all these areas. We have been told by council and Clemson Next, and everything indicates that what's going to happen is we're going to, beginning with the uptown area on October 19th, we're going to begin the process of getting details. This 3 stories and everything else staying the same will not be true for uptown in 3 months. Because in 3 months we will know what we want to do. We will change that. The by right options will be revised. Then we move on to the next catalyst area. When it gets done, we'll write the language for that. But meanwhile, that the property owners have a path forward, a by right option. The last thing is we did late today receive a comment from a citizen from Dave Johnson, and he sent a fairly extensive set of notes, but the bottom line of it, he's here to speak to. Big one.
What time did that come out?
It came in at, what was it? I got it at 12 of, I don't know what time it's noon.
But you didn't forward it to the planning commission?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
No, y'all didn't get it on deal, because I think technically it's supposed to be at 5 o'clock the day before the meeting reported on. But I wanted to let you know this is the only comment received on this, and the gist of it was that he felt like that the 3-story.
He is here.
He is here. That the 3-story, limited to 3 stories citywide, was not in keeping with the comprehensive plan or the strategic plan, and I have to agree that as a permanent measure, it would not. That is not what this is. This is not a permanent measure, the 3 stories citywide. unless that's what the outcome of all these catalyst area studies result in. If that's what comes out of the Uptown Charrette, they say 3 stories is perfect. That's what it stays as. It is not what was recommended by the comprehensive plan. That's not what was recommended by the strategic plan, but it's a fluid situation, and ultimately council will decide what goes there. So I appreciate your patience with that long-winded, but I think it was important to read through all those things. But with that, I will be glad to answer any questions.
So all of these things that you just went through, were they recommendations or requests from council? You kind of countered them?
No, they came from Clemson Next, from individual members of council. Nothing came as a voted collective thing from council. Members of council, members of the planning commission, staff, citizens, and the Clemson Next. A lot of these were Clemson Next. So over half of them came from the land use committee, and through Shannon and Bob and others on that committee. You're on there, and so you should recognize a lot of these comments. And so we took everything that came in as recommendations, and we distilled them, tried to figure out what made the most sense. And this was our recommendation to the planning commission. So now your job is to take what was shared with you and decide what you want to do moving forward. Is this simple approach what you want, or what?
So you're essentially saying the only thing you're changing is the 35-foot.
That is absolutely correct. The only thing we're doing is changing the giving them the 35-foot height, because if all these other, the rationale behind that, Elaine, is that determining is that we're going to require it to be to accommodate non-student housing. We're going to change the setbacks, which we think are we think the setbacks are right. This is our opinion. You can disagree with it. That we think that the density is going to be self-policing. That if you're limiting it to 2 stories of residential, which you are, then you're not going to get a density much different than RM4, which is what was requested.
So why wouldn't you go ahead and put maximum density?
That's up to y'all, because because what would it be?
RM4, some
Well, if
standard
that's
that
the
we already
case, then
have.
I think that then you are creating something you don't want. Because if you're saying the maximum density is the same as RM4, but you got 3 stories, you would achieve the maximum density of RM4 with 1 floor of residential. That's probably what's going to happen. And so now you're going to end up with 2-story buildings there, which
Isn't that going to depend on the size of the building?
Yeah, why can't you have a
I mean,
maximum
if you
density
just do
with the
the-
number of floors?
beg pardon?
Couldn't you have a maximum density based on each floor level, however many floors you have? If you get 3, you have a
Yeah, you
bigger
can do it
density.
any way you want to. That's
I'm
again
just scared of not having maximum.
But the marketplace and the restrictions that you already have in place, you severely limited the height. The market is going to drive
already
it.
driving us to have dense student housing everywhere.
Well, you can't have dense student housing if you've taken away 2 of their floors. So, a 2-story apartment building is not, I think, traditionally considered high density. It's higher. I mean, high density would be Earl Street, U Center, 5 and 6 stories. You're talking about 2 stories, or 3, depending on how you count.
So when you
But
say,
so the math I had, the thing like I said, U Center, Earl Street, and Campus View, all are around over 200 per acre, and that if you took off the 2 floors of Dockside, for example, you'll end up with about 65 per acre. R4 is 56 per acre already. again, my honest belief is that if we end up following the comprehensive plan and we end up following the strategic plan, which are very closely aligned in what is being recommended for where we want housing, these numbers are going to change. They will be taller. But I don't know what the outcome is, because we may not follow the comprehensive plan
Yeah, but
or the strategic plan.
we can update the comprehensive plan. We've been told a million times
That's
it's a fluid document.
absolutely
So
correct.
if we decide that this is something we need to do, it can be reflected in the
That is
comprehensive plan.
absolutely correct.
And should be.
And the same with the street, it should be. You're right, Mary Beth. But the question is, the strategic plan, are we, and I don't know, I've been operating largely under the assumption that the reason we went through this citywide year-long exercise to develop a strategic plan with as much citizen input we had was that we were going to generally follow it. I know that is my assumption, and it may well be wrong, but under that assumption that then the areas, the uptown area, all the downtown east and west, and the Clemson Crossing and Clemson Triangle up here, they'll all be more than 3 floors of residential if we follow the strategic plan. If we don't, then maybe they'll come down to 2 stories. I don't know. But that's now it's up to you guys to, you've been given a menu of the things that were considered and discussed. I wanted y'all to have all of them on the table, so as you talk about it, that there's no, you have all this, you'll have all the information we have.
This is overwhelming.
Should we hear from the public?
I would suggest that'd be a great idea.
I just have one question before we do. When you're talking about the strategic plan, what specific document?
The white paper.
The white paper, okay. Which was not a done deal, it was a recommendation. Now we're working for what we want to do with that recommendation.
Correct. Elaine's comment was that the council has not formally adopted much of anything in the strategic plan that I can recall. What they have done is acknowledge the catalyst areas and their commitment to study each one of them. And so at this juncture, knowing that we've got all these studies coming up in the next 12 months, that to try to invest the time to write an ordinance based on, I don't think we all agree at this table as to what should happen at each one of these places. And so each one of these catalyst areas, I mean, we would be happy to.
This is temporary.
The way I look at it, Mary Beth, is that as we do a catalyst area, we will then say, for that catalyst area, we'll actually create the boundaries of the catalyst area and say, here are the appropriate standards, and modify the ones we've got, whatever direction that takes. And then we go on to the next catalyst area. But meanwhile, there's a by right option.
It gives the property owners another option to adjust the street view.
That is correct.
So would it be appropriate to, instead of having these as conditional uses, to put them in as special exceptions?
What?
Well, you've got, in this chart you did, you've got conditional.
Well, a by right is a special exception is not a by right option. By right option means that if you meet the standards, then you can move forward. Special exception requires a public hearing and a vote by another outside body. A plan development is not by right. You have the right
So a
to do
special
it.
exception is kind of in between a plan development.
That's up to you. I know some council had asked for it, and I think it's appropriate to have a by right option. Because there are multiple paths forward. You can do it as a PD. You can request a variance. If you wanted to have a special exception, you can go before the BCA. None of those are what I would consider, I think most people would consider this particular universe of planning, that would be a by right option.
Hi. Strategic ordinance number one, which was passed on June 29th, right?
I think that's
This is responding directly to that, correct?
Yes, correct. This is that was the one that sunsets on December 23rd.
It has a sunset clause on December 20th.
Yeah.
I haven't heard, number one, I would say, why are we doing this now when we have a sunset clause? But that's not my real question.
Okay.
My real question, what has changed that now somebody, and I don't know who that is, you say you've talked to a lot of people, I haven't talked to anybody that has suggested this change, but you have. What has prompted them to think we need this change now to keep the C and CM where they are, and then CP1 and CP2 to continue them under that strategic ordinance number one that sunsets on December 20th? We've got 2 months. We're making a change for 2 months. What am I missing here?
Is going to take part of the concern was council said they do not want to kick the can. They want to, on December 20th to 23rd, I believe, or 20th, that they want to have an alternative in place because they passed the ordinance in June as a stopgap, and and they felt like it needed to be refined as we move forward, and they felt like that the feedback they got was that there was a demand or a legitimate position on the part of the property owners that they needed a by right option. They needed to have something they could use to move forward, and we spent all of the last we spent a good bit of time at the last 2 council meetings discussing this issue and discussing the time schedule, because what they want to do, in fact, they even are pre-advertising this, making the assumption that y'all will take action tonight, because that their public hearing for this is going to be, we're going to be advertising tomorrow, assuming y'all pass something, and because they wanted the public hearing on November 1st, which then allows them to have a second reading and have this passed, so that they don't when the ordinance expires on December 20th, they've got a better one in place.
So this would be independent of the strategic ordinance number one and as a sunset clause.
Well, it is independent. I mean, this is a separate ordinance, but what would happen is that come December, or even should this go forward, and let's say, and we know it probably won't go forward as presented tonight, that the model we have is, I think this has its first or second reading on like December the 4th or 6th, and at that time, then that would be the ordinance that's in place, and that the strategic ordinance number one is moot, is peeled away, and so this is now the new ordinance. And then flash forward later in December or January, when we finish the Uptown Charrette, that now we've got some clear direction of what we want for that section of town. Then staff will come back to you to say, okay, based on the public input and based on the recommendations from the consultants and based on everything we have, here's how we turn that into code. We'll bring that to y'all. January, then right behind that, we're doing the next catalyst area, and that's how I see this going.
So if we adopt this, then the C and CM zoning standards and requirements are remain intact, just what they've been for the last 10 years or whatever. And there's some minor changes in it. So all the development that's gone on in the C and CM areas already, that the residents have so much difficulty with, can continue. Because you're going back to the C and CM that has existed for many years. Well, and we've already heard, we had the whole moratorium because of the citizens being so upset with what's going on. And now we're going right back to it for C and CM. And we're doing it for 2 months. I'm obviously missing something.
Yeah,
Todd.
let me try to explain it.
Todd, let me ask you a question. I'm struggling a little bit too, so sorry. Is this is going to apply across the board in those C and CM? And as the different charrettes come forward, then those catalyst areas will be pulled out of it. But underlying it, until a catalyst area pulls out of it and applies different standards for that standard, this will be the standard.
Correct.
Until that point. And that could be, in certain areas it's probably going to be more dense or have a different height or whatever they want to apply to those things. But it'll continue sort of as a baseline until each of the catalyst areas are pulled out of it. Is that?
That is correct.
But all those catalyst areas do not cover all the C and CM areas.
Yes, it depends. There's a section of the C district that is not included, but that's already been, 2 years ago that council lowered the height to 50 feet, and with the step back requirements they put in are pretty severe. But anyway,
I don't see what this is solving. And I'm sorry, and it may be a great idea. I'm just not seeing it. Maybe I've been here too long tonight. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction by some people, whoever they are. It hasn't been people I've talked to, but somebody. And maybe it's not, Todd. I don't see it right now.
Well, it's your city council collectively.
Pardon me?
The city council collectively has, this was a directive to come up with a buy right option, and we've discussed it. And I've stood there in front of the entire city council and discussed this twice about what we're doing and how we're doing it, and the benefits of setting the pre-advertising the dates. Now, undoubtedly, one member of council may feel a little strongly or different about it, whether it's a good idea or not, I don't know, but I was told to do this, and so, I am doing it because I was asked to develop a standard. Now, y'all don't have to do anything with it if you don't want to. I think council is expecting this to get advanced, because no matter what you do, you need to, hopefully you'll vote on it tonight, because regardless of the vote, it will still go forward for a public hearing.
I like a lot of the ideas that are being expressed in here. I just don't understand why we're eliminating C and CM. That's my brain.
How are you eliminating C and CM?
Taking them out of the strategic ordinance number 1 up until December 20th for 2 months. I hear what you're saying, but then that goes back to my second point that I may be totally wrong on. Somebody's going to have to sit me down and explain this to me. It seems to me that we're going back to what we've had in the past that the citizens were so upset with. And that's why we created the moratorium in the first place.
Well, we had 65 feet downtown, 50 feet in the CM districts, and then we also had like a setback of 8 feet. So we've changed our setbacks on the front, inside, and back. We've changed our step backs in the front, inside, and back, and we've lowered our height significantly.
When did we change those setbacks? Roughly
2018 or something like that. It was after U Center and Earl Street and all those things got built. So nothing has been. We have not seen anything get built in the CM district of significance since the new standards were put in place.
Tell me what the setback is right now for CM.
It's 12 feet.
From what?
So
From the
it's
property
like
line.
405 is 12 feet.
It's 12 feet from the
Doesn't that
property line,
vary?
and then the first 5 feet of the city right-of-way is a matching sidewalk, so the net effect is 17 from the curb.
Boy, I tell you,
But
I
they,
have a bad ruler. Okay.
So,
I wonder, this is so difficult.
setbacks,
Yeah, I'm
I thought
confused too.
vary with the, like you said, the property line, don't those kind of zigzag away on, like I'm thinking of College Avenue? Okay, thank you.
it's a little bit sawtooth through there.
So 405 College has 17 feet from the curb to the front of the building?
They will, when it's completed. Yes,
Regardless
It
of
sure
the property
looks
line.
tighter than that.
Regardless of the property,
regardless of what.
where the easement stops and the property line begins.
Yeah, it's,
And that
it's
zigzag.
from the property line, and that if you, I know you're not a fan, but that was established in part because when we did our surveys and studies for Kiwi Trail, Highway 93, and College Avenue, we adopted the downtown corridor plan that in addition to that 17 feet from the edge of pavement, which in most cases is going to be a minimum of the first 5 feet of the city right away as sidewalk. That resulted in a 10-foot wide sidewalk in front and then a 7-foot plaza outdoor seating area in addition between the face of the building. But the downtown corridor plan for the CM district and the proposed standards for the stretch between Esso Club and Episcopal Church, which is now the university property, is that you would then have a bike lane is the first thing that happens at the edge of the curb, and then a planting strip, then vehicular. So now you've added to the 17 feet a bike lane and a planting strip, and you've got roughly 27 feet between any kind of on-street parking or vehicular movement in the face of the building. Those are the standards that are in place today.
Can you see leaving Edgewood, Strode Circle, can you see that going into one lane? I can't either.
It's not going, there's nothing going to one lane. All
Well,
that's,
one lane this
two
way
lanes.
and one
Two
lane
lanes.
that
That makes
way.
2 lanes.
no, it's all 2 lanes each direction.
Then it's been changed.
From College Avenue,
From
from
College?
123
From
to
Edgewood to
Edgewood.
123 is 4 lanes.
It's still gonna be 4 lanes, isn't it?
Because that's not what the quarter line.
And the plan as it goes from Edgewood up to Bowman Field, it tapers down.
It already does that.
Yeah. Either way, so now it's up to y'all. You've heard our recommendation and starting point, and I guess if you have an alternative plan or modification to what's presented, or a reason that you don't want to support what was presented, then
I guess we're gonna have to hear it up.
So I'm really sorry, but I'm confused. So if we have these new standards, we have these new standards in place, and that's great. We can still do all of that with the plan development. Why do we have?
it's not.
I just don't see these
Do
technical changes.
I think it's important if there's a distinction between a by right option, which is what we've been requested to present. A PD is not a by right option. Okay, so what we're trying to do is achieve a by right option. Right now, there doesn't exist. We eliminated residential from all these areas. So there is no by right option for residential. What you have before you is staff's recommendation for a way to have a by right option for these areas until such time as we can drill down and develop more detailed standards that are appropriate to what the community wants and what the design professionals that the city has hired recommend.
So you're saying staff couldn't support anything that the Clemson Next Committee, that the other groups have recommended, other than the
I think staff
35
thinks that
storage?
almost all of those are good ideas, but I don't know where to apply them because that we're being asked to provide something citywide. That the C and CM districts and the CP2 districts are different than the overlay districts. Until the overlay districts get created and until those boundaries are established, then each one of those can be handled independently. But right now, CP2 goes from Ingalls to that's not quite true. From Ingalls to campus, and then from Publix all the way to the lake. And so we don't. CP2 doesn't follow the campus areas, and nor does all the CM or C, like you mentioned. So we're.
I'm just curious, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How many property owners does this affect?
Hundreds. How many were just in Uptown?
98.
It was just 98 in that one area of Uptown, which was from Edgewood up to 123. And so we'll have
That's CM.
Edgewood to 123.
Is CM all that?
that is all CM, correct? Except for Walgreens and Starbucks or CP2.
I thought we were just going to have 3 or 4 components, and now they have used a list of 17 different
Well,
components.
because I heard from different factions that this represents more than one group's opinion. This represented ideas that we heard from many different factions, not just the Clemson Neck Land Use Committee.
Not just residents.
Not just, well, no, these were, I think, all residents. I guess that, I'm not sure. I'm assuming that everybody on the land use committee was residents, certainly our council were residents. And so these are all,
Because business owners are not necessarily residents, right?
some are and some are not. And I think that some of the ideas that have been reflected here may have come from some of the residents, from the business owners, but mostly not, because most of these things are restricting them. Most property owners are not so keen on things that restrict their ability to maximize their property.
It would be helpful to know where people came from, because that's a lot of recommendations.
And may I ask what the origin of the recommendation, how that's relevant?
It makes sense to me to know if it's.
And I can go back through forensically and say that this one came from Bob, and this one came from the Land Use Committee, and this one came from.
It just feels like this is an argument against what your recommendations have been. Whatever. I think we need public comments.
I'm ready. Who wants to start? That's all. Are y'all ready to stand up for a little bit? Walk to the podium. I think we all know, but you can state your name, because maybe Mr. Crowley doesn't know.
My name is Dave Johnson.
Would you take your mask down, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Gladly.
I believe y'all have spoken at the same events.
Yeah, this summer, I believe, here. Either here or at council, one of the two.
It's both.
May have been both.
Yeah, it's
Well,
both.
first off, if you'll give me a little bit of grace, I did send a markup of the Clemson Next document. I believe the website said as long as it was sent by 5 p.m. that day. Was it the day before? So I apologize. I sent it to the Planning Commission, I thought you all would get at least an electronic copy of it. So, if you would give me just a little bit, this is what I said. I've attached a markup of the Clemson Next report, which in my opinion supports the idea that more than 3 stories are needed when developing commercial and residential uses in traffic corridors near the university. As Todd stated previously, what you're actually voting on is against the Clemson Next recommendations, the consultant you hired. It's against the strategic plan, and it's against the comprehensive plan. It is not in alignment with it. However, thank you very much for providing us a by right choice. I think it's a good faith showing from council. You have to understand that hundreds of property owners representing hundreds of millions of dollars in your community have been under a sewer moratorium, and then a moratorium, and then a flat-out restriction under residential for commercial development. And it's lasted for about 4 years. So property owners have been greatly restricted. But I do appreciate the act. But in order to support the goals of obtaining the civic uses, when you read the Clemson Next report, it's very clear that there are really 4 goals that and it's good for the city. It's what the citizens want, but there's 4 main goals. They want civic areas and public areas. That's good for the city. That's going to require, though, donations of land from the property owners or a purchase from the city. The other thing that they want is they want bike and pedestrian access on these main traffic corridors. Well, that's going to require costs for development. You're going to require the developers to do that. It has to be economic for them to have a project that does that. The third thing that they're asking for is for the developers to subsidize commercial. I'm not going to go into the economics of the commercial because that's a whole nother story. But if you want to have that subsidized, it has to be economic. And the last thing is they want help with workforce and low-income housing. Now, the report itself says, don't put it in your gem in uptown and downtown, but you want money to do that elsewhere in the city. So if you want those 4 things, you're going to have to make it economic for the commercial property owners in a development to help provide those things. So it's a win-win situation. However, I can assure you, at 3 stories, trust me, it's no different than the moratorium. Nothing's going to happen. It's not economic for any of the commercial property owners to develop their property at 3 stories with 1 story of subsidized commercial and all these other wish lists that are going to be imposed upon them. So don't worry, it's just not going to happen. So here's kind of what's happened. We've had a shotgun approach with the 3-story maximum throughout the entire city. This is not what the white paper suggests. Like I said, Todd clearly said it. It's in opposition to that. What's happened is a shotgun approach has happened on these zoning issues, and you have certain areas where there should be exceptions made. Now, there is progress being made. We have a charrette going on. And so there will be some different things that happen in uptown and downtown, and there should be. So if you don't, the uptown and downtown areas should be given a higher height limit to accomplish the city's goals. Failing to do so will force development outside of the city, exacerbating what even the report says is really the 2 main concerns: traffic and parking. And why do we have, in addition to the fact that you're going to lose the tax base? Look at the tax base that you've already lost. You just have to go across the lake there and you see. And go look at the Walmart development. This city has forced development outside of the city and has lost a tremendous amount of taxes with which it could be developing Main Street, College Avenue from 123 to the campus with all kinds of pedestrian and different kinds of great transit and a parking structure. That money's gone now, and it's being paid to other governmental agencies. So if you'll bear with me, because you didn't get this, and will they have access to it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you'll give me, please, just a few moments to read from you directly out of the white paper report. And they're just quotes.
Let me ask, is this okay with you guys?
Fine.
Everybody all right? Jackie, how are you and Doggy? What? You could use a break. Can we have a break real quick?
Certainly.
A doggy break.
Certainly.
I'm here all night.
Yeah, no. I appreciate your time.
You're okay. I'm just,
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How's the dog? Good?
It's been this way since that time.
Oh, gosh.
So I was just going to address some statements in the white, since you didn't get a chance to get it today. I appreciate your allowing me, so at least I can just quote those statements.
So these are coming from the white paper, which
Yes.
you're already familiar with,
These,
right?
these are not my statements. I emailed this. I guess only Todd got it, and my apologies for that.
Well, we all have the white paper.
And you realize those are recommendations, not what we're actually gonna do.
I do realize that they are recommendations. However, they're from people that are knowledgeable, and you paid a lot of money for those recommendations. And they're also kind of go along with some of the comprehensive and strategic plan. So you can always ignore the recommendations from the experts that you got. That's your
Well, I
prerogative.
think we are going to address them. I didn't mean that, because that's what the charrette and our next steps are for, is to take that information. But go ahead.
So, to mitigate, and so all these are quotes from the paper. To mitigate adverse effects, including traffic, student housing will need to be located close to campus as possible and linked to transit, with both strategies will require density. Okay? And uptown and downtown are your closest to the university. And many of those areas, especially in uptown, aren't even surrounded by any residential. They do not affect residential. Many parts of those. By developing highly dense housing densely in underutilized commercial corridors and investing in transit development could occur on roughly 90% less land. Restricting dense student housing does not solve these underlying conditions and therefore is not an impactful strategy for mitigating traffic and congestion. Remaking land use along key corridors, especially along College Avenue, to create a Main Street environment where people park once is an essential tool. As it pertains to development, many communities will be tempted to shut it down. This is not a realistic solution. However, this has been the case for almost 4 years. This is in bold in the report. Traffic and student housing are not the primary problems. Rather, they are symptoms of an inadequate transit system and lack of density close to where most people are trying to be. The simple fact is that any community facing growth pressures without transit and density in the right places is in a challenged position. So where you want your density is uptown and downtown. Shutting development down won't work. If restricting more multifamily development were a practical legal option, all it would accomplish would be pushing more development outside Clemson borders. That's what we've seen. It's not good for the tax base. It won't get you where you want to go. It will guarantee maximum traffic. Encouraging all new student housing outside city limits is not practical. High-quality development within Clemson borders is what the city can control. In light of these realities, the best overall strategy for Clemson is to define areas within and adjacent to its borders, that's important, those catalyst areas, to accommodate quality growth, leverage the revenue from the development, in other words, encourage the development, and leverage the revenue from it to get you where you want to be. To advance community goals of place and inclusion, harness the additional rooftops to support local business and locate it next to transit and bike facilities to minimize the increase to traffic that regional growth will bring. Here's the real key. Be proactive, partner, and assemble. I'm here to tell you that there are many large pieces that have already been assembled. Okay? Kiwi Trail and my property. Doyle's is big. Southern Homes has like 5 properties roughly already assembled. A lot of this has already been done. Doyle has a huge piece. Tom has a huge piece. You guys have, sitting in this room, people that have large pieces of property ready to go and can be done good. The assembling is one of the hardest parts. But the thing is, you have to partner. It says historically, partnering with quality developers to achieve a bigger vision rather than reacting to a development submitted for approval can put the city in place for more intentional development. Cultivate student housing development in specific catalyst areas. This is really what needs to be done, uptown and downtown. So commercial corridors represent some of the best opportunities to accommodate growth, create vibrancy, and foster economic opportunity. So that's just a few areas that I've highlighted. I hope you get a chance to go over them. I have some notes on the side. I would respectfully request that you at least pass the proposal that's ahead of you. What I really feel should be done is you should carve out uptown and downtown and increase the height limits. 3 stories is not going to get you what you want. But I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
How many pages is what you sent us to? It's all the whole next?
No, I only took out what pertains to the subject that we're talking about tonight. So, there's
8, 10.
50 some odd pages in Clemson Next. I believe there might be.
No, that's all one.
Is there 16 or 17 there?
I just wondered. Okay.
And I've highlighted. I've underlined and written on the sides. You don't have to read the whole thing, but like for instance, each page, will have, maybe a few notes on the side and some underlined or circled verbiage in there, and you can read further. But I'm reading directly from the consultants. Those weren't my words. And passing this does give a by right thing back to commercial property owners, which we appreciate. But 3 stories isn't going to get you there, and you need to increase that height if you want to get what you want.
I have a question for you. How much more student housing do you think the city of Clemson needs?
That's a good question.
Because what I don't want to see is a bunch of more housing built and then the older housing fall out of favor and in disrepair, and we have a bunch of facilities like we have out at Creekside.
I'm not familiar with Creekside, but I can tell you that I believe that the problems that Clemson is experiencing and many of the things that the residents want, it goes back to the commercial push, but the residents want a lot more commercial that they can walk. They want a bakery or they want a restaurant. They want these kind of things. They want in my opinion, they want the atmosphere of downtown Greenville without the big buildings. Like the Main Street there that you can walk to, and lots of different restaurants and shops. That's what the citizens want. And I did not mention the name. That the report says that you need to brand this strip of Clemson from 123 to the college on College Avenue. You need to brand it. It also says that Clemson is a very unique city, and I've brought this up before. This report has a fatal flaw in it, I believe, that it does not address the fact that the population to student ratio is far different than, you will be challenged to find another college town, and the ones that they drew references to are exactly opposite a lot of them were 3-to-1 ratios. Population to students. Clemson is almost exactly the opposite. 3 students for every one. Almost. It's just a little under that. For every 1 resident. About 10,000 residents. You can only have 30,000 square feet of retail and commercial supported by that many residents. Doyle and I have that much already. You don't need it. That's why you got a lot of vacancies. And so if you want to be able to have those things, you're going to have to increase the density of your population, or you're going to have it be a destination. Now, the way that you can do that destination is you're going to have to develop. Now, you're going to have to build it so that they'll come. But you're going to have to do something like Main Street Disneyland. And you're going to have a huge parking structure. It addresses it, where people park once and then walk. Otherwise, you're going to have too many problems. But the city should be buying a big piece of property on the north end of College, real close to 123. Have a huge parking structure, have transit like downtown Disneyland, little trolleys that go up and down. Get rid of all that parking and make those trolley lanes. So they park once, they go up and down, make it a destination. Then you'll be able to attract, now you'll bring in lots of outside people and money that can support those businesses. But right now it's not economic. That's why they're vacant. It's not economic. The students won't spend the money. They want to buy cheap stuff. They want cheap booze, cheap food, and cheap material. That's why they're shopping at Walmart, and that's why you have the businesses that you have downtown. That's what they have: cheap food, cheap beer. But if the citizens want something that's a little nicer and upscale, you're going to have to develop it, brand it, solve the traffic problem, make it a destination, bring in outside money, and utilize density. So if you allow the density, and it doesn't have to all be student housing, but you're going to have it be dense. You're going to have to give up the stories, but you can get what you want. You'll get the tax base. You'll have developers help you with impact fees. They'll give up some civic space, and you'll get it. But you can't get it by saying no, because all you're going to do is push it outside the city. The money won't go, and because it's no longer economic, they're not going to develop it, and it's going to slowly just get decrepit. So I can't really answer that question, but I can tell you that you need to put you need to have density in that corridor and solve the traffic and parking problem. And then the citizens will get what they want.
How many developers are interested in building high-density non-student housing?
How many developers?
Developers. Obviously, you know many of them.
I can tell you, because it said partner, I've worked personally with 6 different developers, major developers of campus communities. And almost all of them at this point don't want anything to do with Clemson. They've been burnt by the city, they feel. They feel that the city has, it is very development unfriendly, and it's very difficult to even get some of them interested again. And that's just a candid fact. The city needs to restore trust in the development community.
But if they were interested, if Clemson were doing what you consider right, would they be developing student housing predominantly, or would they be developing non-student housing?
I think when the charrettes are done, I think there needs to be a mix. Even the report says that there needs to be, like townhouses or condominiums or upscale apartments, and there needs to be student housing. But remember, students are people too. So
I know, but using your own argument, if we're building only to students, then we're going to have, we want low-cost food, low-cost cheap beer, and we're not building the population that you're talking about that would be attracted to living in Clemson.
I agree with your point 100%, which is why because it's a college town. Clemson is a college town. So in order to solve traffic problems, all those students are going to live somewhere. Right now, hundreds of them just moved across the Seneca River, and guess what they do? Every day they commute and they park and they come right through all these places. Okay? And they exacerbate the issue without any tax base. By locating them in the report addresses, you want to locate them as close to the campus as possible. Tom's property is right across the street from it. You know, his property is ideal for, 65-foot, student housing. That's where they can walk across the street. They're not going to cause any traffic problems. Can you imagine the tax base on that development? It'd be huge. You can use that to buy the parking structure or buy the land to buy the parking structure and begin to import people in. The way Greenville developed, a lot of that stuff is not residential. They're office buildings and retail. How are they getting the people there? The people are coming there because there's free parking or cheap parking, and it's accessible, and there's a myriad of businesses that have been developed there. Okay? Residents didn't create that. It was the economies of scale that created it. I hope I answered your question.
The one thing you said about the students, about the residents out at across the lake, they're not coming down 123.
They're coming down 93.
They're going down 93. They're not contributing to our central traffic problem. And then the other thing you said about wanting this to be a destination, I think there are a lot of people that would like to see that happen, and our best chance at doing that is capitalizing on our lakefront property.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that second.
Capitalizing on our lakefront property.
The beginning of that second.
Our destination. I think there are a lot of people that are residents here that would like to see some of our city be a destination. But our best chance for that is something on the lakefront property.
We haven't utilized our lakefront.
Yeah, we've not taken advantage of it.
Well, it's the lakefront property is for individual property owners, unless you want to have a lot of Airbnbs or something. I don't know. I mean,
may I suggest see if there's any other citizens who'd like to speak, and maybe we could.
Okay.
You've got a proposal in front of you for you all to begin to decide what you want to do with it.
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
He's gonna have to take a mask, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Good evening. I know it's running late, so I'm going to keep it short. John McIntyre, 202 Red Maple Way. It's been an interesting discussion again. Being involved with this for the past year or so. There's lots of things that I think we've lost track of. Early on, it was a 2-acre limit that we talked about. So we're kind of losing track of that when we're talking about these big boxes, high-density areas. Let's not lose sight of downtown, these small parcels of land, property owners. I think we have the same problems, and I think this text here is in the right direction. Several of the properties that the family own downtown are small. One's only 25 feet wide and faces College Avenue, 90 feet deep, and that's it. So, and it's old. It needs to be improved. Most of these structures downtown are old. Don't meet code, don't meet ADA, lots of issues there. So let's don't just focus on the big high-density areas. Let's keep in mind the small property owners. Again, I'm not sure how many parcels downtown. We've heard about 98 in the uptown area. So I'm not sure what we have in the downtown district, but it's I'm sure it's quite a few. So I think the text, I think it helps us, the buy right development really helps us from that standpoint. And like I'm in agreement with Larry, 3 stories, why limit to 3 stories right now? A little flexibility, can go to 4 stories. Yeah, 5 and 6, I think is out of the question. I think 4 stories, going back to the maximum height, would kind of go hand in hand together. So, that's really all I have to say. I support this amendment as well. But yeah, lots of work to be done here in the next few months to get this behind us to where we all agree. Questions? Thank you.
Do you need assistance? No?
Oh, if I can see. I'm Tom Skelton, and I go from my hearing aids. I knew that would happen. I'll see it. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Yes, Mr. Allen, I tend to agree with what you're saying about putting a Band-Aid on this ordinance. I think we need to let it sunset like it was planned. But you have to do what you have to do. I don't have a lot to say except 3 stories will not work. And there cannot be development on expensive land on College Avenue limited to 3 stories. It's that simple. And I want to thank each of you for your service on this commission. I served back in the 1960s, and I know what you're going through, and it's a tough chore, and I appreciate the time that you give to it and the dedication that you show to doing what needs to be done. Thank you. It's bedtime.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael Neary again. I'm the owner of Great Southern Homes, and we had a little University Cottage business up here where we had student housing, and I've renovated. To your point, the old buildings. Nobody wants them. You can't make any money on them. It's a Band-Aid, basically. So we tore down the Oak Crest behind the SO Club a couple of years ago, and we put in 37 units, and had a very nice compliment from one of the biggest developers here in Clemson that I pulled off one of the nicest looking townhome projects in recent history in Clemson. Didn't even have to use the color orange. So, this summer we renovated Edgewood Arms across from the Catholic Church for the Patterson family, and I'm pretty proud of the way that it's turned out. It was almost too difficult to try to recreate those with all the different ordinances and setbacks and all the things, so we just decided to leave them like they were and make them look good. But I agree with what all these guys are saying, and I lived last year. I actually lived downtown above on the penthouse floor of Jimmy John's above Chipotle. So I had a bird's eye view of how the kids moved around town, and as far as the living, the living arrangements, I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, they go in their apartments, they don't bother anybody. They have internal courtyards to basically keep them out of the neighborhoods. I don't know why everybody hates students. This Clemson, South Carolina was built around a college. Yeah, I mean, downtowns, t-shirt shops, and bars. I mean, that's what it's been. I'm a graduate from, I was here from 82 to 86. Spent a lot of time downtown. And it's about the same, except there's better living quarters. They demolished Foy Street townhomes to put in the Earl Center. And, if Campus View was such a bad project, it's already been flipped 3 times, and it's on leased land. So all we're doing by, it's the cost of living downtown now is about $1,100 a bed, and if we continue to go on with this moratorium, it'll be $1,400 a bed, and only 3 developers will make money. And, the crowd before us was, it's all about the money. Yeah, it is about making money, and it's about I've given over $8 million back to Clemson University. Last week, I stroked a check to Habitat for Humanity for $50,000 so they could build that home on Bowman Field. And if I can't make money, I can't be charitable. I was honored last year as the 2020 Hearthstone Builder Humanitarian of the Year through the Builder magazine, which was a national award over the United States. And it's because of the things that I've been able to do with the money that I've made to give back to the communities and to the things that help me get to where I'm at. And yeah, we do it for money, but I do it because I love doing it. It's it's my education. My family's in this business, and we're not bad guys. Sometimes we have to cut trees down, but we replant them. And Todd will tell you everything that Clemson's ever asked me to do, I've done it. And they have all the power. Y'all have all the power, basically. But don't want to keep on going. But my last Doyle Burton, I rented an apartment from him in 1982 here in Clemson, and he's done a fine job with doing apartments around Clemson and keeping his places up. I don't think he owns any Creeksides. Sorry to say I do, but I bought them from somebody, and we keep putting Band-Aids on them because you can't afford to do anything else with them. Someday I hope that whole place gets redeveloped. I'd love to be the developer for it. So, thank you.
I do appreciate what you said. I live between Edgewood Arms and Oakcrest, so I walk that neighborhood a lot, and you're right, you've done a nice job with that. But I would like to say, we don't hate students. I don't have to live here. I'm retired. I can move anywhere I want to. But I love the city of Clemson, and I love the university. So that's why I work for the city of Clemson, because I want it to be the best place that you live, I live, all of us live. We've chosen to live here. So I really don't like it when people say we hate students, because I don't think that's true. I know it's not for me.
Right. I do have a house in Cold Springs, so that's where we hang out.
Yeah.
And I had one on Folger, that big stone house going down the 417, I think it was. Yeah. I rented it.
My name is Doyle Burton, and get my glasses on here. I have sort of written out what I want to say, because I'm not a very good public speaker. But my name is Doyle Burton. I started my real estate development business here 57 years ago, here in Clemson. I was a resident of the city of Clemson for 40 years. I built, own, and manage at the present time 10 different developments within 3 miles of the campus, including 814 apartments, a shopping center, an office building, and several undeveloped tracts of land. On these various developments and land in Clemson, I pay over $400,000 a year in state and county taxes. That's $33,000 a month. I also pay quite a bit of yearly money for license fees for the city of Clemson. My immediate concern is approximately 2 acres on College Avenue, known as Victoria Square, that you now want to lower the number of stories to 3 instead of 6. I built and developed this property 42 years ago. If you approve lowering the permitted number of stories from 6 to 3, you will have lowered the property values tremendously. Your approval a few months ago of not allowing residential on this property also has taken a huge chunk of value from this property. If you approve the lowering of the number of stories, you would take another large chunk of value of that property. These 2 items combined will change the value of this property from around $8 million of value before the zoning changes to around $1,750,000. These figures apply to only my property. How about all the other property owners on College Avenue? I want to give you a little illustration of what you're wanting to do. Let's assume that the city of Clemson decides to get a professional planner from outside to come out here and evaluate all your neighborhoods that you live in. This planner would then decide that there is too much traffic in these neighborhoods, too many residents living in each home, there being anywhere from 2 to 6 people in each home. The city of Clemson then approves an ordinance, let's say, that would allow only 2 family members per resident. I don't think any of you would be too happy with that. What would that do to your home values? Who would want to buy your home? A man and his wife with even one small child could not purchase it. This is called taking of your property without just compensation. This is unconstitutional, in my opinion. Don't change the height requirements without just compensation for the loss of value. Don't do this. It's wrong. Leave the 6-story requirements alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Where are we?
I believe everyone here has spoken. I think it's time for the planning commission to decide what y'all want to do with this ordinance.
Are you still there, Todd? I mean, Brad. Todd, are you over here?
Somewhat.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, bless your heart. Here we go. What do you think about what he said about from 6 to 3?
I didn't know we could have 6 stories.
I didn't either.
CM is 40 feet maximum height, and it's got a provision to go to 50 feet with an extended rear setback. And then downtown was reduced to 50 foot in height. The pandemic has thrown off my date thing, but it seemed like a year and a half ago, right before the pandemic. Or maybe thereabouts.
It's almost 2 years ago.
You know, I think that one thing that for the commission to keep in mind is, I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but, you know, the fluidity of the situation that we heard concerns about, well, Uptown needs to be this, different than 3 stories. I tend to think that's probably correct, and I think that that's probably wouldn't be one of the outcomes. At least portions of the uptown area may call for higher density. I don't know exactly how that process will pan out, but beginning on October 19th, we'll start to find out. And that, and as that data comes in, then we make that modification. Then we go into the next parcel of land that's catalyst area, and we begin to refine that. And I think I said in my staff report that I expect that long list of ideas we went through, I think most of them are going to probably find in some version, they will find their way into the various catalyst areas. But I don't think one size fits all. And that's why we came up with what we thought was a reasonable median position on a by right option that would allow developers to move forward if they were so compelled, or wait and participate in the charrette for their property area and have a voice, and then see what the results are. I think that what I hear from council is a commitment on their part to move forward. I think they're motivated to not drag this process out any longer. And I believe that the Uptown Charrette process will be an opportunity to kind of get everybody's head around how to approach the other catalyst areas. So I know that right now that I think it's just important for y'all to decide, do you want to advance what's before you, or do you want to modify it, or where do you go from here?
Try to let y'all go first. Okay, so I'll go first. Go first. They're all saying something about 4 stories. Is that off the table?
Absolutely, it is whatever y'all want to do. Absolutely not off the table.
Is it off the table to next?
I don't know, we don't know what that's gonna do. This is supposed to be a stopgap, short-term solution to give you, the developer, some option other than coming forward with a PD. And you can still do that, which would allow you to go to the higher levels and more density. But this would give you a by right option for short term, and I would support it at 3 stories. I wouldn't support it for higher, and because of what we're trying to do here.
I personally don't have a problem with the ordinance, but I haven't heard anybody in the audience as a developer says they're going to use any of this. I mean, it's out there, but I didn't get the drift that anybody was really going to move forward using this new criteria. For better or worse. But I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. It does give at least an alternative, whether it's a good one or not, is up for debate. But at least it's moving forward, stopgap by all these. It appears that this is just a moving towards, I guess, whatever the final direction's going to be. But it's a little nebulous. That's the way I see all this. So, it doesn't appear it's going to hurt anything.
It's an option.
It gives you an option, but it's certainly not the final outcome for sure.
John Crowley, don't you have somewhat of a planning background? Am I wrong?
I've been here and there, and kind of there was a little bit of this with real estate and building and things for a long time, but not enough. I've got a public administration degree, but I don't have any formal planning experience. I mean, my thoughts on this are kind of along the lines of what we've been hearing, is that council's asked for an idea or a recommendation on a by right option. They came up with one. It's an option. Would a landowner be willing to give up $4 million today that he could guarantee build when 6 or 8 months or a year from now he might be able to pick up a couple million, a couple more, because he's going to get a couple more floors potentially? I don't know. I think at least the 4 would be, if you're looking for development to actually move forward, it seems like the general consensus is the loss of value of the land at the 3-story level will probably be too low. But at the same point, it's been asked for. I think the ordinance in front of us is a solid ordinance. I don't see any problem with it or negative impact from going forward with it. If anything, I would recommend possibly adding a fourth floor, and that would be about it. Just to increase the density. Because downtown, if you're gonna have a destination area or whatever the terminology is, where the lively downtown or whatever, you have to have people. They either gotta live there or they gotta drive there. So we got two roads, 93 and 123, the only ways to downtown. That's it, period. No neighborhood connectors, no nothing else. If you want to get downtown, you don't live downtown, you got to get on one of those two roads. So for every person you move out, you gotta have a car coming in.
I like the idea of the stopgap measure. It is a movement forward. Is it perfect? By no means. Is it a path forward? And I think that's what the developers are saying. They like the idea of the path forward, the recommendations of the white paper, Clemson Next. It seems like we're moving forward. That's great. The only concerning and consensus I've heard tonight was 3 stories is too short. However, with us moving forward and this being a fluid document, as we look at the different catalyst areas and we do the research on the different catalyst areas, those areas may change. Even that, 2 acre limit, that may be adjusted to benefit, since we're looking for affordable housing, we're looking for ways to get maybe student housing combination with a commercial. And so I like the idea of the fluidity of the document, stopgap measure, for lack of a better word. It's a good idea. Knowing that we are moving forward and that we will still have a voice on the final outcome, whatever that may be. If this was a permanent solution, so okay, this is it, then I would not be inclined to support it. However, because we are using this as a means to move forward, I'll support.
Brad?
No questions. I'm ready to vote. So, I have no questions. Sorry.
Oh, I have no questions. Okay. All right, Leonard.
The thing is, has struck me tonight is the buy right opportunity, and I think we need to provide that. I think it's important. It's a democracy. We need to provide that.
Do you have any comment about the stories?
I would leave it where it's being recommended. We still have the TD. If they want to go higher, go TD.
All right. Okay. So, if somebody were wanting to make a motion, I would assume you can either amend to straight text amendment by right development change, or leave it at completely as is. There's a lot of stuff. And I guess if it were four stories, some of these things would change, right? Maybe. It's possible.
It may be possible.
It may change anyway.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve the addition of by right option with a 3-story limit in this commercial mixed district. Does that get it?
That's a good second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Brad, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Jackie?
Yes.
And Elaine and Curtis and yours, and I'm no.
And so, did you get that vote?
I'm the only no, and it's because I'm influenced to go 4 stories. If anybody asks.
So that, you're the only no.
I'm the only no.
That's why.
Okay.
Moving on, advisory items.
There are 2 issues that I'd like to.
Thank you all.
First is that, I'm going to make sure this is picked up on my, just a reminder to everybody.
Mr. Neary, is that his name? Would you mind, do you mind terribly walking Dr. Skelton to his car? I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. That on October 19th, that Clemson Next will be doing his next project, which is the charrette for the Uptown. This will be held at Nettles Park. There's 2 public sessions, one at noon and one at 5:30, that certainly commissioners are welcome to attend and see what's going on there. Throughout the day, they'll be meeting with different stakeholders, but the wide open public meetings where they'll be soliciting ideas from all factions of our community will be noon and 5:30. So I thought you should be.
If we attend as a resident, can we offer input?
Say again, please.
If we attend as a resident, can we offer input?
I don't see why not. I have not heard that a commissioner couldn't speak out or participate.
I think, oh, I'm losing my glasses. I think any commissioner could attend and speak, but I think you might want to talk among yourselves about which one you would attend, because if you have a quorum, I think you'd have to announce it as a meeting of the planning commission, since you would be discussing the business of the city.
And that there will be other opportunities to weigh in along the way. But anyway, it's a difficult thing, because I know we're all citizens, we all care. I mean, I'm torn too, because the things I want to, sometimes I've lost that right. Second thing I'll try to make this brief. Landmark, if you can picture Landmark, if you're up at the Art Center looking down into that big parking lot area, the picture at the top of this sheet is what's there today. It is an open breezeway, and they've had problems and a request to close it. Because this is a planned development, there's no architectural review. This was approved, the architecture was approved by the planning commission at the time. This is seen, basically, this is an interior courtyard, if you will, and that they're requesting to close it because the elements were getting all in there. It was blowing wind and such. It was creating a problem for residents, so they wanted to close that breezeway. This is something that is allowed, and it could be approved at the staff level. I, as a courtesy, because I want to respect y'all's position, bringing this to you to see if you concur that it's okay for me to approve this at the staff level. Alternatively, it would be bring it to you, y'all have to vote on it, it should be a public hearing, and 2 reading process.
This is the interior building, the interior wall of one building.
Correct.
Is all we're
Just
talking
that
about.
one plane right there, is the only one that the wind seems to be a tunnel at the parking lot. And this like is the louver kind of things that will close that. It's not conditioned space, so it can still ventilate, but it makes it a more usable space for the residents.
So if I went behind the storefronts at the front and stood right behind them and looked straight out, this is what I would see.
Yes, ma'am. This is the other side of that's Highway 76.
So wait a minute, I'm trying to.
You have to go behind it from the art center. Back road
If you
behind
walk
it.
straight through there, you come out of Highway 76.
Oh, so this is the back of the front building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back in front.
I thought you meant it was at the back of the whole project.
It's kind of a horseshoe-shaped
Yeah.
structure.
I personally like the gray better than the color. Yeah.
Actually, I think that's an improvement.
Yeah.
It looks better.
Yes.
A lot better, actually.
So these are walkways?
Just what I'm saying is that if anybody objects, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to, I kind of agreed, I thought this was an improvement, or at best, it was not, this was not negative. It wasn't an issue, and that normally these kind of things are released. Thank you for your time.
Okay. So that was easy. Are we finished?
Well, we got the update on the conference, we got the other four, I have no staff reports.
Oh, I mean, are we finished with discussion items?
Oh, I am. Mark, do you have anything?
I'm finished. All right, I'm sorry. Update on comprehensive plan edits. We discussed that in the minutes as adding it to the minutes.
We'll add those references to the minutes, and I know, and I forgot to send you the drafted language that I promised you at the last meeting when we were talking about
yes,
this.
that's okay.
I did it a couple of weeks ago, and then
Yeah.
so I'll get that sent out for you. But I'll just draft a sentence or so.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Meeting scheduled for 2022. Do you want that published?
Yeah, I guess the two things, especially with a new commissioner on board, I think one thing would be helpful would be for y'all to pick your workshop date. Right now, I think it's the fourth Tuesday of the month. And I don't know if we haven't had to use it as much as we thought. I think that as we begin to get into these catalyst areas, there might be more and more rounds of that work, and workshops might be helpful.
But we
so
started
there's
this at 5, didn't we?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that, we don't know your schedule.
I mean, I can make it work. Generally, 5 o'clock, my obligation is picking up my daughter at daycare. But if it's just like one day a month or something, it's not.
It is. It's not
It's
even
not
every
even
month.
every month.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if that's what's working for everybody, that's fine. The only, I mean, if you guys wanted to move it to say 6, but that seems late. If it 5 works for everybody, no big deal for my wife to pick her up that day.
And it saddens me to have to say this, but that normally in January we're on pins and needles about booking our Monday, our January meeting, because it's the night of the national championship.
We don't have to worry this year.
And it's sad. Now, it might be a good game. We might want to watch it, but there's that option.
Don't talk to me, I can't watch them anymore.
I don't know if I can do that.
So I think then there's nothing else that I can think of that we're that'll be in conflict.
Don't know of anything.
Yeah. So we'll publish that unless anybody has any specific concerns. We'll go forward with the fourth Tuesday of every month as our backup workshop day, and then we'll publish the regular slate of meetings for next year.
I have a question then. I believe that Beverly or someone has decided that it makes no sense for commissioners to end their term December, right? They go to January.
Yeah, but mainly because what happens is the council doesn't, they usually make their appointments either in December or January, and so we can't get the new member on board until February. So February is always your first meeting of your new term.
Plus, if you are no longer on the commission, like I am not going to be, so I will not be chairing it. So am I chairing January?
Yes.
Okay.
You're full bore up to January, and then at the January meeting, we'll determine who's going to. Usually, it's because Brad's
So you
leaving
wait
too.
till Tuesday. I'm sorry. Oh gosh.
Yeah, wait.
You wait till February.
Because then in February
It's when you have your election.
Correct.
So.
Well, I wrote that Mary Beth not be allowed to
Oh, thank you. Well, let me just say this, especially after tonight, she's done.
Oh, I don't know.
10 years. I started with Todd on the,
That's right.
remember? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is a long time.
Very long.
Oh, my gosh, and I don't know if I should tell you, everybody scared me to death. I was so afraid of this place. I don't know, I guess I thought they ate, I don't know what, toads and frogs. I have no idea.
Other items is that representatives at council meetings that, to my knowledge, there's nothing on the agenda for the October 16th meeting. I think it was the 16th. But the November 1st will be the public hearing for the rezoning that y'all advanced tonight and for the by right option. So, because council already pre-advertised that, anticipating you all get through here. So that will be a public hearing. There won't be any discussion, but I anticipate in the schedule that we were to develop is November 15th will be when both those items are up for a vote from council. So that might be the next night that you all for sure want to have somebody in the room. November 15th.
So we have
You
to,
can have them for November for any of the others, but the public hearing, council generally just listens to the public and doesn't have much debate on the matter.
so that happens to be a week after our November meeting.
Correct.
Do you think we're gonna have anything in November?
I have no idea. Yes, yes, we've been requested to modify the R7 and make some recommendations to y'all.
I have a question about that.
Oh,
Okay.
goodness, I'm
Sorry,
Let me see
I'm
what time
sorry.
it is.
I know.
Time is money, it's after 11.
Well, I probably won't be here unless I call in if I have Wi-Fi on the 7th, because I'll be out of town. But the only thing that we will be, so R7 already passed, so it's the only thing is the setback.
Lot coverage, not setbacks, but lot coverage.
And then I had a question for you about that in general, and that was why in 2020, when you talked about R6, you talked about it being for newly annexed only, and now that's not important?
I never said it was not important, and the reason we said it was for annex only was because that was all we could get. That at the time, that there was no interest, no traction whatsoever for that inside the city, and that we had some annexation opportunities, and thought, well, maybe that would be an appropriate option there. I never have thought it wasn't important.
Well, I didn't mean it
Either.
I didn't mean it exactly like that.
Well,
But it's just a totally different attitude about it this time, and this is stupidity on my part, because when we talked about the R7, I just assumed, and I know what assume means, that we were talking about also having the same limitations that it would be newly annexed property.
And that's why.
And we got lost in doing the line by line by line by line changes, and
Well,
so it just never came in.
Fair enough, and that's why for the next month's meeting, that'll be one of the things that we can discuss. And leading up to it, I can share with you. I'm kind of still working on some language, and you may feel better about it. What the end result's going to be. I think that without we'll wait and see. But
I just feel like we only have 7.5 acres. 7.5 square miles. We hear that all the time.
Right.
We only have a finite amount of R12 and R20, which gives you the option of having a bigger yard. We have all these others coming in, like cottages and the Clemson, not Clemson Meadows, I'm sorry, the Clemson cottages, the Milligan project, all of those that are bringing in Patrick Square. We have all those with postage stamp size yards. And I think we need to keep enough of options so that if somebody chooses to live in a neighborhood like I do with a big yard for my dogs and for just my personal comfort, that we keep those options open. If we start doing all kinds of infill, we're going to take away what we have with it. So that's just one of my
well, and
concerns
keep in
about
mind,
that.
I agree with what she said.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment. keeping in mind that nothing has been rezoned. That all it is we have a tool now for in the right location, which will never be your neighborhood.
I hope you're right.
Or if it is, then it's the right thing to do for that time and that generation. It might be down the road. But I can't imagine in the foreseeable future that occurring. But I can think of other places where it could be an opportunity for more people who would love to live in Clemson to find a way to do so.
And I don't think it does anything for our affordable and workforce
In
housing.
today's market and reality, I don't think anything does. It's just berserk out here.
But we can't, we do need to protect our minority neighborhoods, and I think that was, this opens the door, to me, it opens the door to do
I
more
think that given
gentrification.
the fact that the planning commission would first have to weigh in on whether or not it was a good idea to rezone it, and then you hear from the public, and then the council has to vote on it twice. There are a lot of protective measures in there, and there's a heightened sensitivity to our existing neighborhoods, to our historically black neighborhoods, to all underserved minorities, and to to creating a balance of non-student student housing. I just think there are a lot of safeguards in place, but I understand your point.
Thank you. I'll be quiet.
Okay, we have future workshops and other events.
Got nothing.
Nothing. I move we adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.